Perfect. Perfect. How are you guys doing? Okay, so welcome to the stream. Let's spend some time together. Let's hang out. I'm stoked to go through all this. Here, let me adjust my microphone, get this thing back into a spot it normally is. That seemed nice and loud enough. Glad to be here, Quinn. Glad to have you guys here. Excited to see it. So some of these because some of the little animations that we've got on the stream got depressing between the start of last season and now, but we can make them fun again. But so overall, let's talk about the last couple weeks. So first of all, some housekeeping stuff. Where have I been? Spending some more time with family. It's been great. I mean, I'm not about to pretend that people like me or in my position don't occasionally need to stop burning the midnight oil to catch up on weeks and weeks of lost sleep. Not to mention, just spend some time with loved ones. And the weeks right after the draft are as good a chance as I'm going to get to do it. Because for me, at least, as much as I can put out a sweet, like, updated Shane Waldron offense profile, let's say over the next couple weeks, why? I mean, that's not to say I shouldn't do it. It's more to say that makes more sense as we get closer to June and July and especially August, where it's like, hey, this is what this thing is going to look like. Moreover, I don't know if you guys saw this last week. All right, so we all saw Rookie Minicamp, and don't we all love Rookie Minicamp? We get to see the first social media shots of Roma Dunze catching a pass, and Caleb Williams throwing a pass, and Tory Taylor ripping a long punt, and Austin Booker taking pictures with the rest of the team, holding up the most lackluster bear claw you've ever seen, etc., 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 right? We've all seen it. But look, here's the thing. Like, I'm being completely serious with you guys. I wanted to title this stream where we talk about Rookie Minicamp so that I could start hot and tell you we're not going to say much about Rookie Minicamp because, look, I asked in the chat earlier, right before the show, and if you weren't here for it, this is me telling you, have we all seen Lord of the Rings? Because I have two metaphors, both of which probably apply to a lot more than just me, right? The first one, the Lord of the Rings one. You know that scene at the end of the movie, this semi-spoiler, because it doesn't spoil any of the stuff that matters, right? Frodo does not get a happy ending, but he also doesn't die. He basically hits the end of the movie. So I guess it is a semi-spoiler. So cover your ears if you haven't seen the Lord of the Rings trilogy. But if you haven't yet, I don't know if you were going to. Anyways, the point being that Frodo hits the end of the movie and he can't go back to where he was because the journey that took him here changed him enough that life in the Shire, his home place, just doesn't fit anymore, right? And I don't know about you guys, but getting excited about Caleb Williams in Rookie Minicamp just doesn't give me the high that some of these other quarterbacks used to. Not because I'm concerned about Caleb Williams. I hope you guys saw that I was one of, look, I'm not going to crown myself often, but we went through the film. We were clear on where things seemed to be going with Fields pretty early in the process compared to a lot of other people across the Bears landscape, let's call it. We did a Caleb Williams breakdown during the bye week when it was still considered pretty taboo. And then we laid off. We gave it all the respect and space that I think the current Bears quarterback always unilaterally deserves. But it's not as if I was quiet about where things stood when it came to Caleb Williams. It's just that the social media profile pictures and the shots of him in shorts, like I love seeing those go balls he threw down the sidelines. The Adam Johns one that they talked about on Hogan Johns, yeah, those are pretty. The fact that the ball seems to be getting dropped in the bucket every single throw. But y'all, JJ McCarthy throws a couple incompletions during rookie minicamp. I've been there too. I've been justifying those, right? I've spent years talking about how, Mitch Trubisky's just knocking the rust off. Mitch just doesn't have a connection with his teammates yet. This, that, and the other. And it's not as if I think all those excuses were bunk either. It's more like the longer I do this, the more I think it'll be around training camp that we get a really honest, fair picture, or at least fairer, of where Caleb is in his offensive install. And beyond that, I mean, there are going to be plenty of people where it just won't matter what any of this stuff looks like until we get to week one. I'm not going to blame any of you guys for thinking that. I mean, just this time, not this time last year, a little further down the road, uh, Fields' first preseason game. He throws a couple screen passes, picks up 2 touchdowns and over 100 yards. Did that help him? No. His preseason week 3 game, where he got a little bit more reps, that looked a lot more like what we saw during the regular season. It was not pretty tape. There were some things that worked out. They managed to get up and down the field a couple times off of, messy offense, but while those reps ended up being a little bit more foretelling, even then, it just doesn't matter. And I think the longer I do this, this is where I'm getting at, I guess. All this to say, the longer I do this, the more I'm realizing that there are going to be guys like Jamar Chase that can't catch a ball in the preseason. They turn around and they immediately look like Jamar Chase in their rookie season. They're going to be quarterbacks that do fundamentally the same thing. They look awful during their preseason. They get to the season and they suddenly look good. I've not seen near as many of those as I've seen guys that get to the preseason and they look awful, and then they get to the regular season and they look awful. Or guys that get to camp and they look really good, and then they go through preseason and they look really good, and then they get to the regular season and they look awful. A lot of guys get to the regular season and look awful. I think we've all seen it. This season is going to be way more than building up to week 1, which is just Caleb Williams' rookie year. I think I'm already strapping in for the long haul, if that makes sense, because we can go through all the practice stuff we get. We can talk through all the reports that are available to us. I mean, bear with us. Nick is doing head coaching interviews right now, and it seemed like as decent time as we're going to get for downtime before we again heat right back up. All of this to say that I don't really think that I want to chomp at the bit when it comes to some of this preseason reporty stuff. I like the attitudes we're seeing from the Bears right now. I really do. I mean, I've seen a lot of Bears attitudes that made little to no sense. I love the fact that the Bears and Chad Dad Matt Eberflus, which came out of nowhere, by the way, but that Matt Eberflus is out here saying, I don't have to have a conversation with him. He knows he's the starter. Yeah, hell yeah. That's the attitude, right? And then they talk to Caleb Williams, and if Caleb Williams is faking being an open-minded, good young person, well, he's doing a heck of a job of it, because a lot of the stuff he's saying feels to me like he's really locked in. And then Rome Odunze's film is funky to watch. We'll watch some together here. I think it's so goofy because I completely get what Dane Brugler and so many of the guys that are hitting him with comps that are absolutely insane. Because that's the thing, right? You comp somebody to Larry Fitzgerald, comp somebody to DeAndre Hopkins. Whoa, that's a big thing to say. Where does that come from? And it's funny because you watch Rome Odunze's tape and his footwork is way better than a 6'4" person's usually is. He's really physical, especially for somebody who's 215 pounds. I'd say, for instance, he's much more physical, not just at the catch point, but also in how he runs his routes. He's much more physical than Chase Claypool ever was. There are a lot of pieces to Rome Odunze that I actually think go pretty understated, but I know we had somebody in the draft chat melting down a little while ago saying Rome is so overrated. Where does any of this come from? And that's the thing. Rome Odunze is a receiver whose game is all subtlety and results, right? And it's so funny because as we get to the NFL, I do think a lot of that's going to translate. The NFL is a subtlety league. The space gets more condensed. The quarterback is more accurate. So being able to get a half step or a whole step open as opposed to 4 steps open against a college corner and then maybe 1.5 to 1 step open with a smaller catch frame against a better corner in the league, well, it depends on which one you care about, but a lot of people would prefer the former. It's all going to depend on whether Rome can safely get to and through training camp. Obviously, we saw a very precautionary seeming hamstring issue immediately on his first day or his second day on the job, which is never fun, right? But I don't think it's a big deal. I think he and Rome should be able to build a heck of a connection. One thing that I will throw at you guys, this is me asking you a question, right? What do you guys think is going to happen with edge rushers / defensive line? This is the topic I keep going back and forth on because I think that there is a smart way to do it. And then I think that there is a smart way to do it. And it depends on which frame of mind you're looking at. I think that option A, right, is patience. It is the understanding that drafting Rome Odunze means that the Bears are in this thing for the long haul. They are not building the best team for 2024 necessarily. They are developing Caleb Williams, and they're going to take their shot when they get their shot. And you know what? If their defense ends up rising up and working with the guys that they have in front of them, if Montez Sweat can stay healthy, I am knocking on wood, don't worry, alongside Andrew Billings, then heck yeah, why not potentially compete in Caleb's rookie year? What stops you from doing that if Caleb Williams has a Jordan Love type resurgence where the team comes together 10 to 11 weeks into the season? What's wrong with that, right? Within that, though, what I can't help but wonder is, what is the tenor behind closed doors? Let me speculate for a hot moment, guys, because what Prabhat just said, that's to me option A. Like, the preach patience answer is to resign Yannick Ngakoue, which will do literally nothing for me. I mean, that doesn't excite me. It doesn't annoy me. I don't really care. Yannick Ngakoue, I did a little video because I needed the views, to be very candid with you guys. I do believe in the scouting report I put out about Yannick, and he was way worse than I expected. I mean, he did not bring nearly any juice when it comes to pass rushing, and then his run defense was every bit as meh as we expected it to be. I digress. The question is option A going to be good enough for Ryan Poles and Matt Eberflus to justify the team's direction to George McCaskey? In theory, it might be good enough for Jibby Guy. In theory, it might be good for Demo. In theory, it might be good for Ryan Getza. In theory, it might be good for Colby Santana. In theory, it might be good for Chicago Fanatic, guys who really only care about Caleb Williams, guys and girls who really only care about Caleb Williams and have a clear-minded, top-down view of what building a football team is like. And George McCaskey doesn't watch these streams. And George McCaskey probably doesn't consume as much football content as, honest to goodness, some of you guys. Like, I really mean that. Probably me too. I don't think George McCaskey cares as much. And so if for any reason Montez Sweat gets hurt, Keenan Allen can't make it through his season, Caleb Williams nicks his ankle early in the season, whatever reason, the 2024 team takes a step back, right? Is that going to put pressure on Ryan Poles and Matt Eberflus to deliver in 2025? Why am I asking this? Should there be pressure for the Bears to deliver in 24 and 25? There should be, guys. Like, let's make sure this is all top to bottom and it all makes sense. There should be pressure, right, on these guys to deliver. But have we all seen that counting on any one season in football is a coaching and GM faux pas, right? Because the moment you go all in on one season and Aaron Rodgers tears his Achilles, you are done. You got nothing. There's no good answer there, right? And that leads me to option B, which would be to trade for a guy like Jonathan Allen, right? The idea here is Caleb Williams is a rookie. He should only be a rookie once. I mean, we sure hope so, right? And so if you're going to maximize 2024 without necessarily taking some massive chunk out of the future, because trading for Jonathan Allen might cost you as little as a couple restructures and a 2025 third round pick when it's all said and done. Maybe to get Washington to restructure part of his cap or like part of his contract, you send them the Chicago 2025 second. Don't let me pretend like these are nothing moves, for instance. That would definitely be something. But this is taking a small loan out of the future with money that you already have stored up because of the Carolina 2025 second. And within all that, what does this get you? Gets you a better shot at 2024 making the playoffs. Because if you're Ryan Poles, this is what I want everybody to just think about. If you're Ryan Poles, making the playoffs in 2024 gets everybody extended. No ifs, ands, or buts. Yeah, sure, Caleb looking good might get you extended. But if you make the playoffs by hook or by crook, you make the playoffs at 9-8, you make the playoffs at 11-6, you are all getting extended. That is guaranteed money on the table with your name on it that you and your family over the next bunch of years, because it doesn't matter whether or not the Bears immediately fail. If Jonathan Allen, for some reason, becomes the reason he shouldn't, that the Bears collapse in 2025 or 2026 and you get fired, that's not your problem per se. because while you may never get a job at that level in football again, at least you got that contract extension that got you, or that made sure that you and your family had generational wealth. Is this almost conspiratorially minded? Yes. But this is the kind of thing that we talked about on streams for years during the Ryan Poles era and Ryan Pace era. And Pace actually did a lot of this. Pace looked out for number one, like what I got used to as a normal GM, right? A lot of these guys make moves that put them in the best position when they need to be to, yes, win as many games as possible, but to also make sure that the team does well in the right moments so that you make sure you get your extension to then go back to doing your job as appropriately as possible. Every GM with security is free to make a bunch of smart moves. Look at Brett Veach. Look at Joe Douglas at the start of his career, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? On the other hand, once these GMs start to get under the hot seat, that's when you start to see moves that take loans out of, or that really start to cost framework of your future. And honestly, I think that's how you end up with guys like Scott Fitterer making the move that he did, which plays along with the theme of impatience that you get from guys that are under pressure. So I don't know what the answer is. I don't even know what the right answer is. It's more me talking to you guys about how I see two very distinct and not totally opposed paths where on one hand, you could slow play this thing, be patient, fix the D-line, like really invest in the D-line in 2025, 2026, right? That works. There are plenty of teams that follow a model like that. You now have a quarterback, which is the most important position in football. You have a really good tackle in Darnell Wright. You've got what you hope are the bones of a solid offensive line, but moreover, if you take a look at contracts, I'll show you guys this just so we're all on the same page here. If you take a look at contracts, wide receiver is becoming one of the most expensive positions to fill in the sport, and so without a doubt, it's a premium position. And within that, the Bears have a cheap option, DJ Moore, as a wide receiver one, because his contract is way under market value. You've got a really solid and really fun wide receiver 1B in the twilight of his career in Keenan Allen. And then in Rome Odunze, you have an X receiver, which is an extra premium. Those guys are extra hard to find, that also has legitimate upside here. So now you've got a major set of premium positions inside the wide receiver room. And next year, like No Bands is saying, you can use your first round pick and some free agency money to add the D lineman that you don't have right now to bolster whoever shines in a 2024 season, where guys like Zach Pickens and guys like Gervon Dexter and whoever else the Bears have, Austin Booker, et cetera, may all end up with plenty of options or plenty of snaps to show that they've got a little bit of something, right? And if they show you something, great. Gervon Dexter ends up being Chris Jones, we're good. He's just not there yet, right? If you go back and you watch that film, there's a lot of pass rush potential there. I'm excited about Gervon Dexter. It's just that it's that word of what can we count on? And we haven't seen enough yet to count on some of these guys at defensive line. I would love to see the Bears move Zach Pickens to 3 technique. We haven't seen any reports about where he is or isn't playing right now, so I wonder if they're thinking about it, just because they got rid of Justin Jones. We know Matt Eberflus loves the 3 tech position, so it wouldn't surprise me if Zach Pickens, who was originally drafted around 295, may go back to the position that I think fits him a little better than the 1 tech space eating position that's better fit for guys that are over 330. And it's a little easier to find. Like Ryan Getza mentions, are there any post-June 1st cuts that seem possible for edge or D-line? At 1 technique, there's a lot of options. I don't even know their names yet. They're just consistently options, like Mike Pennell, who just played in a Super Bowl for the Kansas City Chiefs. I think he was a Bear not too long ago. Those space eaters have value to the guys that don't have anybody that can stop the run, but They don't offer a ton against the pass most of the time, and that's okay. But so within that, if you add an extra 1 technique and you move Zach Pickens over to 3 technique, and now you've got Dexter and Pickens both scraping and scrapping at 3 technique, and then you've got Booker and Walker and Sweat as your 1-2-3 edge, and then maybe you sign one other guy to just be the edge 4 just in case somebody goes down with injury, and you basically rock development year attitude on the defensive line while the rest of the team covers for them with a sweet back 7 and an offense that you hope can score a little bit. Okay, if that's the plan, sure. I mean, that is a let it ride plan that might result in a really poor defensive line undermining a good season, but it might not. I mean, crazier things have been attempted and wilder things have worked, especially because Montez Sweat and Andrew Billings should be a really pretty stabilizing force when it comes to this defense's composition. It's just a matter of how they want to do this. Like Jibby Guy's mentioning, he mentions he was opposed, right? That Poles made his bed playing the long game and expecting Caleb in the offense to be good enough to get into the playoffs. I don't disagree with you. I mean, truly, don't hear me pushing for one thing or another. Y'all, it is easy to perceive my role as the guy who's pushing for every move under the sun, right? And I'm not. There are plenty of times where I want to try to get ahead of things. I think you guys like thinking about smart ideas, right? So while patience is more often than not going to be a virtue when it comes to football, I'm going to throw stuff at you like a Jonathan Allen deal that only makes sense because Washington's in a position where they might kind of have to deal him. Might. If they don't have to deal him and you have to pay a premium to pry him away, this move does not work, right? But so, okay, I'm going to use a name. Z, I agree with you. It's important to note that Andrew Billings, best player to ever touch football. I'm going to use a name for you guys that is going to sound like it's way out of bounds, but I want you to take a breath and really think about what I'm talking, or about the factors that cobbled together to create the move that I'm bringing up. And that is, if you can go all the way back to 2018 and think about what created the Khalil Mack move, right? Why was Khalil Mack available in the first place? And who was Khalil Mack? Khalil Mack was an up-and-coming superstar edge rusher, known at the time as the Apex Predator, which, oh my gosh, how cool is that? I'm completely serious. I mean, so you have this up-and-coming edge rusher, but why wasn't he extended? For everything we understand about the Raiders, it is because when they put the money in escrow to pay John Gruden, because when you set up a guaranteed contract, you basically have to take their money and set it aside for them, that the owner, whose name was suddenly, it's Al Davis, the impression we got was that the owner did not have the money to afford the Gruden deal that he had just signed and also Khalil Mack. Therefore, they were going to trade Khalil Mack to the highest bidder because it was just an eventuality. Now, obviously, this deal didn't take place until a week before training camp. So, maybe a different timeline than a guy like Jonathan Allen. But you end up with a player that needs to be traded for reasons that make a lot of sense. And the player, by the end of the deal, didn't want to be in Oakland anyways. So then we look at Washington, right? We see a guy in Jonathan Allen that's not as young as Khalil Mack was by any stretch of the imagination, but save for last year, has been pretty much elite, if not elite, in the club of very, very good at the 3 technique position for 5 years so far in the league. He'll be 29 next year and 30 after that at a position that tends to age up until 2022, right? But moreover, if you go back and you look, Jonathan Allen requested a trade just before the deadline last year. Wasn't honored, but he doesn't want to be there, at least based on what we understand so far. He also is very expensive, which should make him hard to move, a la Amari Cooper from a little while ago. And the Commanders seem to be planning for a world without Jonathan Allen in drafting Johnny Newton out of Illinois, who, now that you've got Fedarius Mathis, from Alabama, you've got Deron Payne, you've got Johnny Newton. Maybe they want to have Jonathan Allen stay as a veteran or stabilizing force for or while they get rookies, while they get the rookies to have a season under their belt. But that wasn't even me including John Ridgway, who plays quite a bit, and being 5 deep at defensive tackle may just not be the direction that these Commanders want to go. We don't know. We don't know. And I'm being completely serious about that. Like Grant's mentioning, Newton just had surgery, but also Grant, while he had surgery, you gotta think that they don't plan for their second round pick to just sit on the bench, right? I don't know. I mean that when I say I don't know. I think it was Albert Breer that speculated just recently that he thinks that sooner or later the Commanders are going to have to trade Allen somewhere. And I wonder if you hit a point where there's just not that much market for a guy like him. Depends on the teams that are involved, but it's going to be tough to fit his cap space under the hood of just about any team. The Bears might make sense for adding a piece of talent or a player that has somewhere between 2 and 4 years left in him, but can come in and play hot football for them right now. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying of all the deals that I've seen speculated, this makes way more sense than trading for Rashad Gary, or which obviously would never happen. I'm just thinking of edge rusher alikes that would make a little, or that might sound like a better fit for what Ryan Poles wants. This is just availability meets the right opportunity if it was to happen. It won't surprise. The Bears are also pretty capped out right now. That's something that I don't feel like we're talking about a lot, which is the Bears were at $22.5 million in cap space last time I checked. Their rookie class should take them about $14-15 million down. So then they'll fall to between, again, I'm being vague because I don't want to pretend like I know the exact figures, but they'll be between $5 and $8 million in cap space, which is about what you want to hold on to anyways for in-season moves. Think about this guy, that guy gets hurt. Maybe it's DeMarcus Walker separates his shoulder. He's going to go on IR, and then you maybe also lose Yannick again, and so you have to sign another edge rusher, or sign 2 more edge rushers at that point, just so that you can play. You do need to fit those guys into the cap, and so you need to hold on to the cap space. But we'll see what happens. Like you're mentioning, Eric, that Johnny Newton news is tough, isn't it, man? Like the same foot surgery on his other foot. We'll see. But I'm right there, Grant. I'm going to be interested, right? We're up against it a little. And Kaiser, you're right. That figure doesn't include likely cuts like Borum. So that's where maybe the Allen money could come from, or restructuring Tremaine Edmonds' deal, or extending somebody like Keenan Allen, bringing his cap figure down. There are plenty of ways that you could change this. And Gibby, I'm right there with you. A lot of Bears fans disagree right now. I think the Bears D-line is in a really, really poor spot, but I refuse to be upset, basically. Look, at the risk of sounding like every other Bears content creator that basically is just going to blow sunshine into the microphone for 3 to 5 hours and talk about how everything rules. It's more like when I look at this team, Jibby, I still don't see a team that has to be ready to roll yet. And so I'm so excited about the steps that they've taken to surround Caleb with really solid talent that if the D-line is basically the same D-line as last year, sans Justin Jones, but now the rookies the rookies have their full offseason. Okay, so we should talk about this. What matters for who? For guys like Darnell Wright and for guys like Gervon Dexter and Zach Pickens, this last offseason is absolutely massive. You go from training to jump, training to run the 40, training to bench, to playing football and training exclusively around football with $450,000 in your pocket so that you can afford a nutritionist, so that you can afford a spare coach, so that you can, and not to mention, you've got all these relationships and guys like Montez Sweat, et cetera, where if Gervon Dexter wants to go live with or hang out with a guy that's really good at football and get all the information he can from him, he's not doing it at the speed that Austin Booker has to do it now, reaching out to Max Crosby. He's been doing it since February, et cetera. you get a lot better traditionally. You see a much larger jump between year one and year two, especially when it comes to trench positions, like the Andrew Thomas breakout not so long ago, because you get to do real professional strength and conditioning as opposed to just being a young man that had to do most of your work to get drafted. And then you have to remember, or then you have to learn to upscale your football ability as quickly as you can within over a couple of months, right? And like you're saying, no bands. I think Darnell's tape from last year is awesome. The best part to me about Darnell is that he very rarely lost clean. Like, I think Darnell's arms and his strength were so obvious last year because you mentioned his technique and ending up being pretty solid. I look at Darnell and I think the best part about it is that even when he lost, he could push an arm out and force you to go a very long way around him. And Jimmy, it's funny because you mentioned that he needs to get a lot better. I think he definitely needs to get better. I think it's easy to forget that the bar for being an excellent tackle, okay, so it's not me saying it's easy to be a good tackle. It's me saying that protecting Fields as well as he did is pretty special, especially because for a lot of tackles, once you control where your defensive lineman or where your basically your edge defender is, you can lock him at the back of the pocket. You can lock him off to the side. I mean, it's easier to explain if we're looking at a visual image and we'll get there. That then when Caleb gets moving, he can break contain, and you still only had to protect for max 4.5 seconds because when Caleb got out of there, your job was done. As opposed to somebody who occasionally stood in the pocket for way longer than he needed to. I'm with you that we overrate him. I mean, Bears fans tend to overrate every rookie under the sun. That's fine. But I also think that if all we got from Darnell Wright was a little better than what he got last year, that is still worth a top 10 pick. That's pretty traditionally normal for a tackle. So I hope he takes an even bigger step and becomes really, really good. But last year, that was very solid. That's demo. That feels right to me, that he had one of the higher times to pressure among right tackles. It felt as if his time to pressure was really good, just from the eye test that I saw. Run blocking, actually, I thought there's a little more meat on the bone that we can get better from last year. Because, yeah, he had some awesome finishes, but he had plenty where he didn't get much at all in terms of, like, he didn't get much oomph on his block and wasn't able to drive anybody out of just about any lane, especially when the shoulder basically stopped working for him and he was doing almost all of his blocking with just his right arm, right? But so all that to say that I'm excited about where the Bears are going. I really am. I think for as many people are going to be out there that are going to point that the Bears are not a fully constructed house, it's easy to forget that there are teams just like, I mean, let's look at the Lions, for instance. I'm being completely serious. You look at the Lions, and I think you see a team that, I don't know. This could get me in trouble, especially because you got guys like Don Burr that'll watch every Bears stream under the sun and point out when people hate on the Lions. But right now, almost all of the youth movement that has been driving Detroit just got paid. And so now Jared Goff is going to end up with a $45 to $50 million extension, like cap hit. Penei Sewell and Amon-Ra St. Brown, both vital pieces to the Lions offense, are going to be paid like it. And this is where you need to see a couple guys really rise up and produce a little bit more than you expect them to. Is that a running back in Jahmyr Gibbs? I like the running back. Is that a tight end in Sam Laporta? I like Laporta, but the way you're missing Jamo Williams feels that much more obvious. And I mean, goodness gracious, is the best young receiver they have on their team right now Quintez Cephas? Like, I'm really not trying to hate. I'm more saying, for as much as we will wring our hands, and we will, about a lot of guys on the current Bears roster, especially when it comes to the defensive line, let's not forget that a team that is hoping to improve on last year's visit to the NFC Championship is starting 2 rookie corners in a man-based defense, for crying out loud. That's not, again, can I make this clear enough? I'm not trying to roast the Lions. It's more like, look at the team that the Detroit Lions are. Take a look at their depth chart. They've got a really fun offensive line on paper. In practice, it's getting older and more hurt with every single passing season. And especially as they keep seeming to bleed depth here and there. And now a lot of their young guys that have been fueling it are getting paid what they're worth. It's hard to generate that extra value that's been driving a lot of what's made the Lions good. Then you look at their defensive line. I don't think their defensive line is anything particularly special. They have Aiden Hutchinson, who's a heck of a workhorse as far as an edge rusher goes, but it's not as if he's got a wild amount of pass rushing tools. Their interior linemen leave plenty to be desired, and I think James Houston's really good. He's actually, I think, frankly, really underrated in terms of just how solid his speed rush is and what he can add to your defensive line, but it's not a deep defensive line. It's missing, I think, that Chris Jones level every single down threat. Because Hutchinson does have a bad habit of getting basically locked out of different plays by, I don't want to say every team in football, but a lot of tackles are able to keep Hutchinson from annihilating their plan. And like you're mentioning, John, DJ Reader's a solid player. I'm not trying, don't hear me coming at the Lions too sideways and saying that they suck, because a lot of their ads should help them out a lot, but they need Jack Campbell to take another step forward. And I think their safeties are solid, but starting two rookie corners feels to me like a problem waiting to happen. I like Terrion Arnold. I think Rakestraw's fine. But the fact that, or the way their defense is set up, the problems that we can see on their offense in terms of receiver depth, make for me they lay the blueprint for an offense that should be pretty much what we saw last year. But a lot of teams try to do pretty much what they did last year. More often than not, it takes a step back for different reasons. What if we say the same thing over and over, right? We go, this D-line, if Montez Sweat gets hurt, is in a terrible spot. If Amon-Ra St. Brown goes down for any stretch of time, I don't know what the Lions are going to do. And the same kind of applies to some of their defensive back situations. If Kirby Joseph goes down for a long stretch of time, I have no idea what they're going to do. Now you're talking about I think, really undergeared defense, or really undergeared DB room that isn't protected by anything ultra special up front. But I'm specifically bringing up the Lions to compare them to the Bears. I think the Packers are a lot scarier. If you know me at all, you know that I'm pretty much never going to spare a positive word about the Packers. I hate it. It's the truth, right? But when I look at the Lions, Jimmy, I'm actually mostly talking to you if you're still around. When I look at the Lions, I see a very normal NFL good team, and I see plenty of normal NFL problems that you have to solve there. I think the Bears' defensive line needs some serious work, and the Bears' offensive line has a lot that I want them to prove. But you look across the league, and it is wild to me how many teams are in much worse disrepair than the Bears are right now. That's what I think is so fun about the Bears' current situation. You take a look at, would you rather be the Bears, even without Caleb Williams, give both teams Derek Carr for all I care, like the same okay, but really nothing special quarterback? Would you rather be the Bears in that situation, or would you rather be the Saints? And I think most teams would rather be the Bears, and the Saints are not one of the worst teams in football. That's all I think I'm really getting at, is we forget how normal it is to be a Tennessee Titans-esque organization. That's pretty standard across a lot of the league, or where the Chargers are right now, or where the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are right now. It's all to say that the Bears' arrow feels like it's pointing really healthily up right now, and they're not done. The moment they're done, though, we're going to start asking the question of whether they're pushing for a Super Bowl. We know they're not pushing for a Super Bowl yet. We know they have the potential to do it, though. And a lot of teams, I'm going to use my favorite example for this, is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Bucs are set for another 2 to 3 years of being really plucky, really competitive, pretty fun, and overall just all right. You know what I'm saying? I don't think the Buccaneers are set to win a Super Bowl just because they don't have enough young talent on that roster fueling them to create the ROI you need to punch against Patrick Mahomes, which is kind of what it comes down to, right? On the other side, most teams, I don't want to say most teams aren't trying to, that's not fair, but most teams don't have what it takes to topple the best teams in the NFL. And that's kind of just where we sit right now. You go back and you look in the last 20 years of NFL, do this. Fact check me on this. You go back and you look at the last 20 years worth of Super Bowl winners. And the last time I counted, you're going to see 14 Hall of Fame quarterbacks and about 10 examples of either Tom Brady or Patrick Mahomes winning the ship. You want to win a Super Bowl, you either need a Hall of Fame quarterback, your best chances if you have the absolute best quarterback in football, and then you have this scattered other category of quarterbacks where Matt Stafford won one and Joe Flacco won one. Nick Foles won one. You go back a little further, Brad Johnson and Trent Dilfer won one. I mean, not every single quarterback that wins the Super Bowl has to be an MVP candidate, but it's more to say that if we're talking about legitimate Super Bowl DNA, you have to know what you're up against. You have to beat probably one of the best quarterbacks in football history. If we take that same phrase to mean Hall of Fame quarterback, because generally that's who you take on. Normally, Matt Stafford doesn't face Joe Burrow. Normally, Matt Stafford faces Patrick Mahomes, and I have a feeling Patrick would have won that one. It is a wild thing to do. We have made winning we talk about the rookie contract. The rookie quarterback contract is really way better at getting you to the Super Bowl than it is at helping you win the Super Bowl. Like you look at Brock Purdy, you look at Jared Goff's trip to the Super Bowl, you look at Matt Ryan is not a good example here. Carson Wentz's rookie quarterback contract helped get the Eagles to the Super Bowl that Tom Brady is probably still amazed he didn't win just because Nick Foles played as well as he did. Jalen Hurts was exactly what I was thinking of, Phantom. It's Russ Wilson. Got you. Look at this rookie quarterback thing. The rookie quarterback contract is good at getting you into the dance, but to win it, you either have to get a luck of the draw, because, again, I'm not going to hate on Matt Stafford. I think the guy earned his Super Bowl, right? Yeah, right, Akusai. They weren't going to mention it because they knew what he would think. But so anyways, I go on all of this to say I'm really excited. I think you have a very, I am trying to be a cold shower, optimistic. I don't know. I'm trying to be a cold shower realist when I get excited, because it's easy, I think, to throw on a Bears jersey and to buy the new Bears hat and to talk into the microphone about how the Bears are back. What I'll tell you is I've never been this comfortable with where the Bears are. Normally, we're saying, we haven't seen it yet from Justin, but we're gonna. And next year he'll grow in this area. The current Bears team feels to me as solidly built as I've seen it in a very long time. A very long time. 2018 even. We didn't see Akeem Hicks coming that year. I don't think it gets talked about enough. I think if you go back and you watch the 2018 season again, nobody has this time, right? Mike McCarthy style. You watched every single football game and you somehow remembered them all. I would not be surprised if you ended up thinking that Akeem Hicks was the defensive player of the year and that he didn't win it because he was on a defense where Khalil Mack and Eddie Jackson were getting a boatload of credit. But looking back, Akeem Hicks was absolutely unbelievable. And I talked about it a little at the time, and I don't know Aaron Donald's game from 2018 well enough to object one way or another, but I think Akeem Hicks probably had pressure rates that mirrored Aaron Donald's if we went back and looked. Some of the things that he did in that season were otherworldly. And I mention all of this because when things go right in NFL football, usually it's because at least one player performed better than you expected. At least one. And in 2018, it was Hicks. Hicks was the reason that some of that stuff was happening. He was out of this world. So maybe it's Billings this year. Maybe it's Tremaine Edmonds takes over. Maybe Jalen Johnson and Tyreek Stevenson are those dogs and absolutely nobody can do anything, right? Maybe, like, for Spectre, to use an example, because I think this is interesting. Maybe Gervon Dexter looks like he's the new Chris Jones. He ends up with 8.5 sacks, but it's not because he he became Chris Jones, but because the secondary behind him is holding on for 3 to 3.5 seconds, Dexter's got extra time and is able to take advantage of guys that are a little more locked to the pocket. Like it's not outrageous to think that somebody on this front four could benefit from one of the edges being a better contained edge in football in Montez Sweat, plus a back seven that keeps everybody in check, right? But I don't know. And like you're mentioning, Jibby, there's a lot in the air that could go all kinds of different ways. Also, I need just to, I've been saving this for 20 minutes. Austin Cole, I want you to know the door is open. You can put on a green sweater whenever you want to and just join the ride. And then you can pop your Bedard sweater right back on as soon as Jamie Benn holds a Stanley Cup above his head, right? But this is your invitation to come join the Victory Green Parade. We're on, like, at least right now. I don't know if you're watching. If you're not, you ought to be, because it's pretty fun watching playoff hockey when it's done pretty well. And right now the Stars are hot. I could get them in trouble saying that. I know I almost did with the one non-football post I made in a while about the Stars about a month ago. But I saw Austin's name pop up in the chat, and I was like, oh, like, that guy. Let's talk about hockey. Anyways, Akusai, the good news is that this green, this Dallas green, it's kind of like a neon shade. So I feel like it's a very different green than the Packers green. But hey, that's just me. Let me see. Let's go through some other stuff. Brisker was the leading sacker. If the Bears have some upfront pressure, do you still think they're going to find a way to get Brisker involved in rushing the quarterback? So here's one other take, right? If the Bears stick to blitzing like they did in the late middle of the season, I'm way less worried about what their front four is going to look like than the conversation we're having right now. Like, let's think about this, guys, right? The Bears got some incredible production from Montez Sweat. And because of that, they felt like they were able to sink back into a little bit more cover 3, a little more cover 4, a little more cover 2 than they were earlier, right? Beyond that, before that, they played a whole bunch of man blitz defense, and it was awesome. The way they cooked the Lions with a lot of those delayed blitzes was sick. And if you told me that their plan was, well, yeah, sure, we know the D-line's not very good. We're going to send TJ Edwards every chance we can. We're going to send Kyler Gordon every chance we can. I'm going to let up a little bit. Like that's okay. Kyler Gordon and TJ Edwards are really good blitzing like personnel. And then Edmonds isn't bad at it. Edmonds is actually pretty solid at blitzing, but Edwards from depth gets home like I didn't really know that linebackers could blitz from depth like that and make the headway that he did. Do we all remember this? Right? Like TJ Edwards would sit back in his linebacking position, and he would blitz from 4 to 5 yards off the ball. And if you remember those same plays I did, you never saw it coming. TJ's really good at leaning back on his heels so that he sells that he's still going into coverage with all the body language that he needs, and then just explodes forward. And it's like you'd see the Red Seas part, and Edwards is coming downhill, and sometimes they threw a running back in to block him, and if they did, Edwards would just blow those backs up like a jackhammer. It was awesome. Honestly, it really was. And then Kyler Gordon is so slippery as a blitzer that he creates his own problems too. And if you're able to use these 5 down, maybe bare front looks to supplement the fact that you know your defensive line is not amazing, then I'm not actually that worried about this defense. It's that if you're feeling like I am, there's this nagging voice in the back of my head that makes me wonder whether Matt Eberflus is going to go back to what he knows, right? And if he does, if he goes back to cover 2, 4 down, stop the run and drop back into zones and sit in spot drop zones on 3rd and 12s, I am going to worry. We'll get there. My hope, Jibby, because Jibby mentions he doesn't like blitzing. I don't know why. My hope is that getting a D-line coach in Eric Washington may turn up the gas a little if they know their guys aren't good enough up front. Because that's the thing, right? If you've got Demarcus Lawrence and Gervon, or if you've got Demarcus Lawrence and Grover Stewart, you don't have to blitz all that often. You're gonna be okay on plenty of passing downs. We don't have Demarcus Lawrence, and well, we do have Grover Stewart. It's Andrew Billings, but we don't have that Demarcus Lawrence guy. That's okay. Maybe Javon becomes him. I would hope so. Wouldn't you all hope so? But we don't know yet. And if he doesn't, supplement it. Just protect your guys. Put them in the best possible position to succeed. Heard it a million times, haven't you? But we'll just have to wait and see. I'm just not going to be undone by any of it. Talking a little bit more about the draft class, because we've spent this much time and we haven't really talked about the draft class at all. I like the Austin Booker pickup. I have been fancied by many an edge, right? I'll probably show you some tape later. I'm not expecting to be up until even midnight. So we'll see what happens, right? But when I look at Austin Booker, I think that there is a lot of really exciting talent loaded in this guy. I think his length and his explosiveness and the moves that you see him trying at Kansas have a real shot to translate. But I also think counting on a rookie 5th round edge rusher to be much, especially early, is a bad bet. And so I need to at least wait until we hear in camp that he is a Braxton Jones-like situation before I'm going to really buy in. Just because the need, I think, has us over-projecting Booker a little bit. Realistically, if Austin Booker ends the 2025... You can clip this. Nobody's going to. It's not a hot take enough. If Austin Booker ends 2024 with 12 pressures and 4 sacks in rotational minutes, he had an awesome rookie season. Like, that might even be relatively high watermarks for all I know. I have no idea. I'm trying to talk out what reasonable expectations look like. I still love Q. I'm curious to hear what you think because his injury makes things complicated. But the Karan pick to me is still fun. Like, this is a guy who, when I watch his tape, the little that I've been able to see, because it's Yale, right? It's kind of like watching a high school basketball player right before he goes and plays college basketball. It's not close enough to the real thing to get a good sense for technique. But as far as his athleticism goes, I see somebody that might be a solid tackle, that I see somebody that might be a solid guard. And I love the idea of drafting a player in the 3rd round that can be clay to play wherever you find a place for him, right? But that's it. I mean, to me, when we look at, then he gets hurt and thankfully he doesn't have to start. Guys, y'all, do you know how excited I am? Oh my gosh, do you know how excited I am that we can talk about a 3rd round pick with no expectations that he's going to have to play real minutes next year? Maybe he will. Maybe he steals a job. That'd be great. That's a good problem to have. But we've spent so many Bears seasons in a row, at least 5, where the 3rd round pick is not only expected to start, but we're going to talk ourselves into him being really good, right? I mean, even Zach Pickens was going to be one of the reasons that the Bears defensive line was going to be okay, according to a whole lot of people on Twitter. I mean, the Legion of Zoom kinds of guys, right? This pick just gets to be depth. And I'm so excited about that. Like, Ryan, you asked, how excited are you? You'd be shocked. You would be shocked at this point. And it's I love the idea of the Bears building a team with depth. And Turu, you mentioned, are you the only one who isn't impressed with Booker? I'm curious as to why. Q, you mentioned earlier, is Booker's lack of experience why he fell in the draft? I think it's because Booker's frame looks like he was going to get annihilated by decent running tackles, right? Or decent run blocking tackles. If you can't set the edge in the NFL, you have to be Robert Quinn or at least Yannick Ngakoue. Except teams don't want to commit to Yannick Ngakoue, right? Like, you look around the league, everybody convinced themselves that they could find a defensive place for a guy like Yannick. And then he doesn't play well. He moves on to another team who talks themselves into the same idea. And he did that for 5 years in a row. And that's not counting the one where he got traded. And so I look at a guy like Yannick. I look at a guy like Robert Quinn. And the league has set a clear high ceiling on how good you have to be if you're not especially great against the run. And it's actually not on his Kansas film, in my opinion. It's more in his frame that when he's what did he weigh at? Did he weigh at 245? Am I on one? Let me check. Mock draftable time. Booker mock draftable. Oh here. Yeah, he weighed at 240 at 6'4". And so, like you're saying, Spectre, he definitely fights above his weight. Like, more power to him. That I like the player, but he is a pass rusher more so than he is a defensive end. And the Bears just, I think, Quentin, that you needed an extra year of production, that he seemed awfully raw, and that a lot of teams, I think, were looking at the fact that he hadn't shown enough as a two-way player. It's the classic thing you've seen all over the place. I mean, truly, Quentin. Focusing on you because I think it's the funniest conversation for guys like us, right, Quentin? Where you look at every draft Twitter scout, and they care about footwork. They care about separation. They care about speed, especially speed after the catch. They care about yak ability. What do they care about? They care about the guys like, oh my gosh, Western Kentucky. I've got his name on the tip of my tongue because I keep wanting to say Mikol, and it's not. I'm going to let one of you guys mention it because you know who I'm talking about. Is in this last draft class. Malachi Corley. Got it. But going back a little further, Sky Moore, going back a little further, I remember a whole lot of people talking really positively about guys. What is his name? It's Terrence Marshall, and Tutu Atwell's finally popped a little bit. Blah, 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 blah. You get it, right? Then you look at coaches, and what does the coach care about? They care about whether that same receiver is physical enough to block in the run game. And people go, okay, yeah, but how often is he going to do that? And then the coach looks back at you and goes, really often. What are you talking about? And then you have to ask, how are they going to be able to get off of not just press, but when a DB holds them at the top of their route, right? Are they going to be able to separate, but separate a little as opposed to separate an explosive lot? You look at a lot of the way that Draft Twitter will scout some people. There's not me hating. I'm part of Draft Twitter. And they talk about, in my opinion, how well does he rush the passer? And that's a very important part of the picture. But if you're going to be a third down merchant, then that is a separate role compared to the guys who are going to play on first and second down and get you to third down. And there's a lot of value in the guys that can get you to third down. DeMarcus Walker's making $7 million for the same. DeMarcus Walker's making $7 million for exactly that role. But so, and King Venom, like you're mentioning, I know Booker's agent, as a matter of fact, and so I know the weight is something that they're working on together, right? Like, not him and the agent, but it's just a part of the conversation that they want Booker at a much thicker playing weight. We're going to have to see how Booker's game translates to being a little bit heavier. It doesn't work for everybody. Do we remember when Bilal Nichols leveled up 15, 20 pounds and basically traded all of his speed for a little bit more beef in the run game? It was fine. We just never saw the explosion I think we wanted to see out of the Delaware Fighting Blue Hen, because that happens sometimes, right? The weight balance piece of this game is really difficult. But I'm right there with you, Quentin, where there are pieces of Booker's film, especially where you look at the move that he made and the thing that he tried, and you go, okay, that's pretty nice. Can we translate that? And we might. We'll see. But I am... so Austin Booker, you mentioned, is he not, or like, he's not that explosive. He's 73rd percentile in his broad jump. Here. Let's go to... Are we all looking at it correctly? Yeah, we are. So he's tall. He is... Get Epic Pen fired up. He's the main thing I wanted you to see, Spectre, is that his vert is fine. His broad is a little better than his vert is, and then that as far as explosiveness goes, I'd say that puts him middle of the table, right? But so right, more explosive than he looks, but also not eye-poppingly explosive. So a little more athletic than you might have thought he was, but not jump out of the gym athletic. So there's something there. It's just nothing whoa, which is part of like Quentin, you asked earlier, why do I think he fell to the fifth? I think he probably fell to the fifth for run stopping questions, and the fact that his athleticism wasn't mind bending. And then you just get into the weirdness of guys pushing picks where they want them to. Y'all, I really do think that if I can get you football pilled enough to, if I can get you football pilled enough to see things my way, I think the Tory Taylor pick is 49% fun, 51% kind of sick. And I understand there are going to be a lot of people that are going to say a fourth rounder could be Max Crosby. A fourth rounder is traditionally not Max Crosby. A fourth rounder is traditionally all kinds of players that end up being depth special teamers, guys that end up the fifth receiver. I mean, look, I get it. You need to place your bets where you need to place your bets. But when I look at Tory Taylor, I remember it might be because I've actually watched him play in person and was legitimately impressed with Tory Taylor's command of the football and the distance he was able to get, the different types of punts. He has an end over end punt. He has an end over end punt. He has a directional controlled bounce punt. He has a distance punt. He has a hang time punt. He has a punt that where it does spin just like a pass. Adam Johns talked about that. You saw it at the Senior Bowl. Getting to watch him in person, I felt like rather than watching a guy who's just kicking the snot out of the ball, I was watching a specialist. And I have no idea outside of then you cross-reference that with guys like Dane Brugler, who gave no punters better than a fifth Dane Brugler only gave one punter a grade better than a sixth rounder. And it was Tory Taylor who he gave a fourth round grade to. And I heard when Poles says people were mad around the league because they jacked the Tory Taylor pick from him, I believe him. Because not only do I think NFL GMs are crazy enough, I also think that when you have an opportunity to add a player that is different at his position, you just never know when that stuff's going to matter. I mean, let me use an example, okay? Dream with your mind's eye with me, right? That the Bears are in a key game in week 16 down the stretch, right? The Bears need this game to keep their playoff hopes alive. Let's say that they're a solid record, like 8-6, but if they are 9-6 going into next week, the last 2 weeks of the season, it puts them in great position to win one of their games against, I haven't seen the schedule, I don't know, but so let's say they have to play the Packers and then they have to play the Niners or something like that, right? So two tough teams, and they got to take one of those games, but it's why they need this one, okay? And as the fourth quarter opens up, the Bears, who are down 3 points, let's say, don't convert on third down. It's 4th and 8. They're on their own 25. So Tory Taylor's going to take the snap. Ball's going to come back to the 10. And if Tory Taylor in that moment rips off one of these mega banger 58-yard punts and flips the field back the other way, which would push him to a little behind the 20 at that point, at that stage, I think that punter does a major job of contributing to keeping points off the board for the other team. And then when, we hope, Caleb gets the ball back closer to the 35, because the other punter can't equal the same 58-yard smash, then all of a sudden Caleb picks the ball up at around the 35-yard line. Tory Taylor effectively nets you 15 or 13 yards of field position in this case, and now you got a much better shot at that tying field goal, let alone an opportunity to go get yourself a win. It's symbiotic, right? Everybody wants to compartmentalize football, and I get that. right? We all do. We want to say, this is just the quarterback. I get it. I want to help you guys get answers, right? Um, but football is a team game. The whole team feeds off each other. When the offense scores, it gives the defense a chance to set off a kickoff, which is instead of sudden change, right? It's the same reason that we've talked in the past about how when the Bears picked a pass off, they were able to score often off of it. And so, like you're saying, Rob, exactly. It's the same effect Hester had, but it's in reverse. And Kaiser, like you're mentioning, it complements a defense that may need an extra set of downs to get a stop. There's nothing wrong with it. And like you're saying, MJ50, one of the reasons the Bears did lose in 2018 was a shanked punt late in the game. MJ50, one of the reasons the Bears lost in 2023 was because, sorry, Trenton Gill, he shanked a couple. Taru, you mentioned it. How many times have we seen a Bears punter lose games? Y'all, have we forgotten the multitude of games where if Justin Fields didn't move the ball in the second half, you'd see that Gill moment. We all remember it, where Gill would spot the other team the ball at the 45, sometimes our own 45, for crying out loud. And so I struggle to look at a player like Tory Taylor and get mad about it the way a lot of people have gotten mad about it. Because I believe, let me use some nerd words. You still here, Pravat? I think I'm going to get you excited with this one. I believe there is a market efficiency in a sick punter. Now, you need a good punter. You can't just have an average punter and expect to gain ROI. But I think, like you're mentioning, Akusai, if you can reliably draft a top 6 punter, that you have added somebody that will give you legitimate ROI, even as a 4th round pick, compared to a lot of the 4th round picks in the Super Bowl, or a lot of the 4th round picks across the league, and definitely throughout Bears history. And so, I don't know. I guess we'll basically just have to see whether Tory Taylor lives up to that kind of hype. But the guy has been considered one of one since I saw him punting in college. I mean, people were talking about Tory Taylor being a that dude punter on the heels of Matt Ariza, who obviously never lived up to what he was billed to be for completely different reasons. But so, all of that to say, like Bearski mentions, Robert, one thing I noticed about Taylor, they run a formation called the shield in college where there's a little pressure around him and he has chances to delay a punt even a second or two. Do you know anything about that? Do you think it's anything that's been in mind since the formation is not allowed? I'm not worried about Tory Taylor's longer or like I understand that Tory Taylor has a longer get off, if you will, when it comes to punts. But I'm not expecting that to be an NFL issue, if only because the guy's been training for it his whole life. If you have the extra 2 seconds, you should use it. And if you don't have the time, you'll get the kickoff. The other way to put this, Bearski, Tory Taylor had a couple punts in the Senior Bowl, and you did not see any of those get blocked because he understands the rules, even when they're not using the shield. It's the age-old question, Bearski, of if Caleb Williams in a game against Stanford stands in the pocket for 12 seconds. There's a play I could pull from you from his 2022 Arizona State or 2022 Arizona State tape where he literally sits in the pocket for 10 seconds. Is this a flaw for Caleb that he stays in the pocket that long? A lot of people are going to look and they're going to say, oh, you got to be kidding me. That's never going to work in the NFL. You're never going to have that kind of time. Most downs, definitely you won't. And by most, I mean about 99% of downs. You will not, right? But also, when the quarterback sees that they have that extra time and understands that they can take it without needing to rush it, there's something to that, in my opinion. And in the same way, I would expect that if Tory knows he's got time, yeah, set that baby up. Like, let it go. Remember, Bearski, as a punter, if you can delay how long it takes for you to get the ball off, your coverage guys get further down the field. You are in no rush. You just can't get blocked. But so when I've heard that before, and it's not like I've gone back and watched it. I don't know. Like conceptually, just begging the question, I'm not worried, if only because I think a lot of these worries seep into scouting reports more than we'd ever realize. Like that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? People talked about Justin Fields' processing issues and his elongated delivery way before I did. They're in his draft reports. It's not even necessarily all guys on Twitter, et cetera, right? Like a lot of the major issues that will really haunt somebody mentioned them once, and then everybody shouted them down, right? With Tory Taylor in particular, I think Turu nailed it. It's an age thing. Like, is he going to be punting for 6 years and only six? Truth be told, I personally believe that if Tory Taylor gives you 4 years of really good punting and then at 30 he falls off, he fulfilled his rookie contract. You got to remember, Tory could end up being the kind of player where he charges the Bears $5.5 million, which would just be hilarious. Maybe closer to $4.5 million a year in his second contract, and actually ends up needing to get cut down the road because he's too expensive. The Johnny Hecker problem, right? What that could be down the road for us, but we will get to 20. No, Jibby, punters don't fall off that quickly. I'm more making the point. Just Jibby asked, wait, do punters actually fall off that quickly? And what I'm trying to say is more along the lines of everybody talks like any of these draft players need to play for 10, 15 years to justify anything. No, they don't. If you're good on your rookie contract, for the most part, you did your job. Like you lived up to that draft status. If the Chicago Bears end up getting solid play out of Braxton Jones, and then they let him walk, he will have been a great 5th-round pick pretty much no matter what happens. You don't need the 12-year thing. And beyond that, I'll go one step further. I like Kyler Gordon right now. If Kyler Gordon gets paid $10 million a year to do what Kyler Gordon's doing, we are going to need better than that. If I like Jaquan Brisker frustrates me because he's a really good, he's like a Landon Collins type safety. And I want all my safeties to be Eddie Jackson. I will cite my biases every chance I can get. A guy like Cole Bishop is somebody who's helping me get used to, because I watched him and I was like, this guy plays a lot like Brisker. Oh, okay. So I'm working on it and understand that. But if Jaquan Brisker gets $12 million a year, I think a lot of people are going to see that same player differently, right? Right now, it's just draft pick and draft status. And so if you can deliver on pick status, build a role for yourself, play it well, help the Bears win games over the course of your rookie contract. Let's get to the second contract part when we get to the second contract part. Another way to put that is, let's think about 2027 and 2026. Like, I'm here to think about, I think you're allowed right now, given where Caleb Williams is in his career, as in he's drafted, he has not done anything for the Chicago Bears. I think right now you're allowed to think through 2026. You could think about 2027 if you really want to, I guess. But right now, I think 2024 should be on your mind, and moves that affect 2025 and 2026 should also be of consequence. But anything beyond 2026, I think, is too far away for us to know. That's the real circumstance where you might end up with a different head coach. I honestly hope not. Not because I love Matt Eberflus, but because I think the Bears are in a bit of a logic puzzle, and I will teach it to you guys, because I won't be surprised if you'll see it my way and you'll end up in the same emotional standoff with yourself, where it's like there's a lot of coaching options that would excite me a lot more than Matt Eberflus would. Any circumstance where Matt Eberflus is fired means something went wrong enough that it wasn't worth it, right? Do we agree? I mean, tell me a circumstance where somehow Matt Eberflus got himself fired, and also it wasn't some massive sign of major problems for the Chicago Bears going forward. You are looking for the Bears to become the Bills. That is the direction here. That's where we're going. And if they don't go in that direction, something went wrong. And I hope it didn't. They're too invested on the defensive side of the ball. If this defense is really awful, like unacceptably bad, that's going to create some issues. And then you're all of a sudden going to potentially affect the development of your franchise quarterback. And then you have to grab a new coach one way or another, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I say all this because let's see. Also, what's going on across the NFL? Why are they also having practice issues with vets? What do you mean, demo? Like, expand on that a little bit. But so, do I agree with all the hype about Jalen over Caleb, where it's going to turn into Bryce CJ? I know the Bears have better supporting cast than the Panthers, but a lot of pundits have Daniels over Caleb. BLS, I'm glad you asked. I don't know where they're coming from. I think that there are a lot of people that are somehow looking at, I mean, Leonidas, before you make it about that, because it's not me trying to come one way or another. I think BLS that there are a lot of people in the media that are really, really smitten with Jaden, the way Jaden Daniels looks on film. Okay, so BLS, let me put it this way. This is you want to say something at the water cooler, it's gonna make you sound really smart. This might be what you do it, right? When I watch NFL film, I want to see a player show me something that will translate to the NFL. Am I going to exclusively grade their film on tape? No. Because I could tell you, let me use an example. When Caleb throws the 5th to 7th hitch route of the game in a Lincoln Riley game plan that's really terrible, right? Do I care? No. Is there somebody out there that's going to say, check mark, good job, Caleb? Yes. Might be Kurt Warner. It's not me hating on Kurt. Everybody's got a different way to do things, right? Kurt Warner is the guy, to use an example, like of the where Kurt Warner and I kind of disagree. Kurt Warner is going to want a college quarterback to hit the flat route off of a pre-snap read where you know that a guy's blitzing from the right-hand side. So Kurt wants you to take the easy completion for 6 yards, knowing that the safety is going to drive down on that flat route and immediately cut the guy off so that 2nd and 8 becomes 3rd and 2. And that, as I've seen it, is not only not college ball, but it's not traditionally what a lot of the best quarterbacks that we've seen throughout the last, I'd say, 10 years have done in those situations. In college, you are looking for playmakers with the right mindset. It's a really tough needle to thread, BLS, because you want to see Caleb play as a pocket quarterback. You also want to see Caleb demonstrate that he understands the nuances of playing as a pocket quarterback. But you also want to see that when things go wrong, because effectively in the NFL, you're constantly managing everything going wrong, that you can survive and create positivity out of bad things. To use the old Tariq Cohen saying, you're looking for the guys that can make chicken salad out of chicken you know what. And Caleb Williams did a lot of that last year. A lot of that. But Jaden Daniels' film, because he's playing on LSU with 2 first-round receivers. Like two playing Jaden first-round receivers. One of the best receivers I've ever watched in Malik Neighbors. And a very good potential DK Metcalf type player in Brian Thomas Jr. It's not like Jaden's film is bad. It just doesn't look to me like it's going to translate. Does this make sense, everybody? Right? Like, you're not going to go through Jaden's film and see, oh, well, he did the wrong thing here. Or, oh, well, he ignored this. He turns down a lot of what I think are open throws. So there are going to be some people that are going to go after those. But on a lot of those throws that he turns down, he then gets out of the pocket and just runs for 45 yards. And it's hard for a lot of graders to look at that and say, that's going to be an issue in the NFL. But I'm a little close to the source, don't you think? I mean, when I watch Jaden Daniels, I see a player that just had these same issues. Like, maybe this makes me really good at talking about Jaden Daniels. Maybe this just makes me scarred. But I look at Jaden and I see somebody who's going to suffer from a lot of the same problems Fields did. And here's the thing, BLS, I know I'm kind of still just hammering your question. Are you still there? I hope you haven't dropped off yet. Because do you remember what happened when Fields was drafted? Right? Like, this isn't me trying to get you in a gotcha. Do you remember how much people loved Fields coming out of college? I mean, you had Ben Baldwin saying that anybody who didn't draft Fields was stupid. You had PFF saying, why didn't these teams just draft Fields? You had everybody laughing out loud at the idea that there were teams out there that wanted other guys over Justin Fields, because in their eyes, Justin Fields was the obvious only other choice outside of Trevor Lawrence. And then you had guys like JT O'Sullivan that went a step further and said that Justin Fields is better than Trevor Lawrence. I'm not mentioning this to hate. I'm mentioning this to say that the Jaden Daniels thing actually has a precedent. The media loves quarterbacks that playmake. And playmake is code for running right now. I think after Lamar, people basically just decided, I'm never, ever giving up on the next Lamar type again. And then when you look at Jaden Daniels' release, I mean, Derek, I think you nailed this, that Jaden's release looks much less like Fields and much more like a lot of good NFL quarterbacks. The problem is, I can tell you as a number the amount of times that Jaden Daniels was pressured and then threw the ball. Was pressured, threw the ball. About how many times do you think that was? I mean, most quarterbacks get pressured on, I don't know, somewhere between 25 and 50% of their dropbacks. Like, remember, pressure doesn't mean anything, right? It just means that somebody moved you off your spot, right? And so sometimes that means that your line was bad, sure. Sometimes it means that they had a +1 blitz on you and moved you. Other times it means that you held the ball on for a long time, or like you held the ball for a while, and then eventually you got pressured. Pressure happens. It's not a weird thing. Jaden Daniels threw the ball, I think it was a total of 17 times in the entire 2023 season. You look back, that's probably going to be somewhere between 400 and 600 attempts. And an average of about 1.5 times per game, he actually threw the ball after getting pressured. That's not the NFL game. Like, that's not. That's something we talked about with Fields a lot. And we started talking a lot about, Woo, how you doing? I'm doing well. We talked a lot. We spent a lot of time talking about how Fields was basically continuing to put himself in the line of fire. And y'all, Jaden Daniels is more reckless with his body than Justin Fields was. And you can take the dog out of the junkyard. You cannot always take the junkyard out of that dog. Josh Allen has shown us that, hasn't he? Lamar Jackson has shown us that, hasn't he? That Lamar Jackson continues to lower his shoulder in all kinds of places. Like, that's not me. This is not, it's all sounds like it's just what Jaden Daniels hate. Like, I don't hate Jaden Daniels. I think Jaden Daniels did really well for himself. I think so many, like, we should reframe the way we talk about Jaden Daniels. Jaden went from being a likely 3rd or 4th round pick to a $36 million raise over because he jumped up to number 2 overall. And more than likely, Jaden Daniels is going to end up with at least his 5th-year option getting picked up, or even if you're bad as a quarterback that gets drafted that high, you tend to get a decent amount of money on a 2nd-year deal, even if it's just a reclamation thing. Like, Jaden is going to be fine for himself. The problem is, because BLS, you mentioned he's just gotten better every year. We say that a lot, BLS. Traditionally, it doesn't mean anything when it comes to college prospects. Now, I understand that it might. I understand that there are going to be plenty of quarterback prospects that we're going to look back at and we're going to say, well, he got better every year, just like Jaden Daniels. Every single quarterback that gets drafted has a shot at succeeding in the NFL, especially when they're the guy getting built around, right? But because I'm right there with you, BLS. You look back at the Arizona State tape to LSU, he got better, definitely. But also, talk this out with me, BLS, because this is where I go crazy, right? What are the common red flags we've grown to look for in quarterbacks, right? Older quarterbacks. Caleb Williams, 22, normal. Jaden Daniels, a little over 23. Okay, that is one red flag. Then we look at, did the quarterback have to struggle through anything, right? In Arizona State, yes, looked fine. In LSU, less so. It's not to say there was nothing that was struggle related, but his receivers were open pretty much all the time, which it's not 100% true. Like, he went through his projection, or he went through his progressions. Don't let me kill Jaden Daniels. It's more like, you look at his, I could do a whole thing. The point I think I'm trying to drive at is avoiding the middle of the field. Really high deep completion percentage despite a pretty pedestrian deep attempt percentage. An average depth of target that's smaller than most first round quarterbacks, meaning most of the throws he made were short, at least even when you account for screens. You look at the quarterback that we've seen Jaden Daniels to be, and he does not mirror a lot of the guys that you're told that he mirrors. He's closer so far. I mean, when I say he's closer to Kenny Pickett, I'm not trying to tell you he is Kenny Pickett. They could not play any more different. I'm saying, analytically speaking, if you crunch some of the data, Jaden Daniels' profile gets a little scarier and a little scarier and a little scarier, in my opinion, every time you look at it, especially when BLS. I remind you that here's the other thing about Jaden Daniels that I heard somebody say once, and it really stuck with me, right? They said, Jaden Daniels doesn't normally happen because Jaden Daniels got the COVID year. And that's not something almost anybody gets. So no medical red shirt, he got a COVID year. So if Jaden Daniels didn't have the COVID year and all we had was his final year at LSU to go off of, what does that change, right? How much shifted since he got to play with Brian Thomas Jr. and Malik Neighbors? A lot, right? And that's not me saying that there's any guarantee that he'll fail or not. It's me saying, as far as your bets go, generally you want to tie yourself to Drake May, who has been a starting quarterback for pretty much as long as he's been able to be a starting quarterback. It's not that simple, but as opposed to Mitch Trubisky, who didn't win the job until his final year at USC, you're talking about somebody who won the job quite quickly and had legitimate first-round draft hype going into his final season and then stayed there, right? Caleb Williams is the much more obvious example, where Caleb Williams would have come out after his Heisman year if he had the ability to do so. He just couldn't. And so these guys tend to have a much better track record than the guys who blossom really late, like Zach Wilson, who I would say is the best, most recent example we have of bang, this guy really killed late in his career. And Travis, we don't need to come down on anybody. Like Chris, for instance, let me see. Oh, that's Chris, being completely serious with you, man. I think Justin Fields got a really raw deal. Chris, you've attended enough of these streams where I can level with you the same way I've leveled with you in the past. One of the hardest pills for me to swallow as I was rooting Fields on, because Fields was all we had, right? Ryan Poles was tearing the whole roster down. Ryan Poles was jettisoning absolutely everybody that was core to the old Bears. It was the smart move, but that didn't make it easy, right? This was like the experience of picking up and moving to a new town because you had to, not because you wanted to, right? And Chris, the hardest part, even during that time, was reconciling that up until the Claypool move, absolutely nothing that the Bears did was directly in support of Justin Fields. And then after the Claypool move, I remember, Chris, we talked about this during the offseason. I just didn't talk about it a lot because I didn't think we needed to. That nothing the Bears were doing, Justin Fields-wise, didn't also potentially support a rookie the year after that, right? Like everything that the Bears did in 2023 was building around the quarterback position, which was currently Justin Fields. But they hadn't done as much as met the eye, because they certainly didn't pivot the offensive system to, I think, fit Fields exclusively. Like they didn't kit the offense to something that was for Fields and only Fields. They asked Fields to grow into playing offense their way. Chris, I don't even know if that was the wrong idea. I mean, I don't have a problem with it looking back. I mean, in part because they got really lucky and landed Caleb Williams too, but in part because I think asking a player to level up is not implicitly a coaching problem, when maybe had they catered to Fields harder, Fields could have been better, but still maybe not totally good enough. It's really complicated. It's really not easy. And I would even tell you, Chris, just in the world of being as realistic but also empathetic as possible, right? Fields didn't get a fair shake. I don't know if Ryan Poles made the wrong move, but Fields ended up being the load bearer, like the person who had to eat the most you know what during a couple of really awful Bears seasons where everything was. I mean, he's the bridge quarterback, but everybody mostly says bridge quarterback, and they're talking about a decent couple of years or a Glennon type season. This was Fields got to hold the spot of a quarterback that Ryan Poles didn't seem to want to draft yet. While they technically gave Fields a chance, and then he got one chance in 2023, and the year was up and down for a lot of reasons. And I mean, my opinions on them, I stand on them for the most part. I really do. Like the 2023 season was really messy for a lot of reasons. I don't think it was good enough. But also, most quarterbacks get 2 years before that critical third season to prove something. To use an example, right? Trevor Lawrence, who currently is everybody's favorite, like, heater target. He has proved something. He's thrown for 4,000 yards twice. He has led the team to the playoffs. 4 picks or not, he won a playoff game. I mean, there's things that Lawrence proved in that second season that made last year's season where you can make excuses because Lawrence got hurt like crazy. Lawrence tried to gut out a bunch of injuries that it does not seem as if he gutted out well, among other things. But you can give grace to Lawrence because he proved a little more in the time that he had. And Fields didn't really get the chance to do that because the team was so bad that anything you would have proved wouldn't have meant much. And so, and I agree with you, Akusai. Like, I think that the 2023 Bears supporting cast really didn't end up so bad. But I'm also not trying to break the flamethrower out, right? The nice part for us is that it can be water under the bridge. Also, Akusai, you end up in a funny place when you're somebody like me, because then we talk about worst situation, and I go, yeah, I had a bunch of friends that called me ridiculous for not thinking that Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars got this steal with Calvin Ridley, and then they really didn't. And I don't know, it's funny digging up old stuff like that, right? Because I mean, maybe this is me being ridiculous, but after the Le'Veon Bell thing, and especially most recently a little bit of Calvin Ridley, I have looked at this and thought to myself, you just can't commit much to these players that are coming off of 1 year of not playing football for any reason. But like you're saying, Joe, I mean, you mentioned how bad he really was. I think immature might be a better word for Fields. And I'm talking in the most, like, not person way. I'm talking about play on the field, Joe. The NFL game is a very mature and it's a very different type of football than any of these quarterbacks play for or in high school and in college. You go from having to be the playmaker to more often than not having to be the facilitator, right? NBA metaphor, not that it really matters, Joe, because I think you get what I'm saying. You go from being the point guard who also scores all the time to being the point guard playing alongside Kevin Durant. And then if Russell Westbrook, who was that point guard, doesn't get out of the way, the Mavs beat him in the 2011 Western Conference, the 2011 Western Conference semis, and you never end up with a ring. I don't think Westbrook had a ring, and if I did, whoops. But I remember as a Dallas fan that if Westbrook had passed that ball to Kevin Durant, they win. But instead, Westbrook was accustomed to being the best player on his team. And he played with the habit of being the best player on his team. And with James Harden and Kevin Durant on that team, they lost to a team with a bunch of misfits and also Dirk Nowitzki. And hey, Dallas ended up creating a legend off of it, beating the Heat that year. Blah, blah, blah. You get it. I'm extending the metaphor too long. It's more to say that Fields' style of play ended up being something that was a lot harder to change than meets the eye, because it sure seems as if being an NFL quarterback right now is more about fine-tuning your game than it is making wholesale shifts. And Fields went from reading 1 to 2 defenders to needing to see the entire field, and I personally thought it was harder for him than meets the eye, but that's because it's a really hard thing. We talked about this a couple times. I do not mean any ill will. I am talking about this as an evaluator who is also a fan and talks to a lot of you guys who are awesome fans. I love you. I wouldn't do any of this I wouldn't do any of this without you guys' support, which I think is so important for you to know, that if you ever feel like I'm lighting somebody on fire, please check me. I don't mean to be disrespectful, and I definitely don't want to make anybody angry. Like, no bands mentions, I always think the Ohio State didn't develop Fields as much as that system was bad for him. No bands, it's not Ohio State's job. Ryan Day is trying to win a college football national championship. What Justin Fields does in the NBA or in the NFL is of no consequence to him. Where Fields gets drafted, a little bit of a consequence. CJ Stroud killing it in the NFL, definitely helpful, right? But playing in the college football playoffs with CJ Stroud was way more important for Ryan Day, which is part of why they run the system they run, so that they can so that they can isolate some of the best receivers in college football. But no, I hear you, BLS. I'm thank you so much. Like, I really appreciate that. Anyways, it's all to say that it's the development ends up being. This sounds so harsh, but it's the only answer you get. The development falls to the feet of the player. That's all I got for you, right? At the end of the day, the coach has a lot to do with developing the player, but the player's failure reflects on the organization, because it always does. When players fail, teams fail. When teams fail, people get fired. But the player's development, at the end of the day, ends up mostly, like, the only person you can really hold responsible is the player itself, or himself, because you just don't get a lot of other choices. I mean, especially when you look across the NFL and you see players like Justin Herbert, who his primary coaches all got fired in his first year, and he ended up all right. And then you look at other player examples, like, I think Mitch Trubisky, so at least in theory, was surrounded okay. Now, the Tyler Dunn articles, look, I do not get to hear everything. And here's the weird part, right? Okay, so this is like some real talk. So I guess I'll go back to the Rob Camp for this. Real talk, right? One of the weirdest parts about ending up over 10,000 followers, in my case, it's 20-ish thousand followers on Twitter, is you get a lot of people jumping in, trying to tell you they know something, right? Like, I've had to sniff out a lot of stuff I didn't think sounded right over the years. Not because, I don't know, this is not me trying to sound important. It's more me saying a lot of the stuff in the Dunn article sounds like a lot of the stuff I've been hearing lately, or at least heard over the last, I'd say, year or two, right? I don't know. I think it's true, but I think a lot of it is more a reflection on how toxic a lot of these rooms get. Like, that's the other piece of this, right? Is when you're up, you're up. When you're down, you're really down. Why were the vibes around the 2020 Bears, 2019 Bears so bad? Is it because the coaches felt as if they had as few answers as we did for some of the players within the organization? It wouldn't shock me, right? Like, I've heard different things about Brad Childress from all kinds of different people. I can't talk about much of it but it's more to say that in his case in particular, it's worth mentioning that Childress was hired in 2018. So I've heard a lot of people that attribute a lot of the Bears' 2018 success to Childress for different reasons. Then he leaves in 2019, at least after 2019. And obviously, the source in the Dunn article saw that as one of the catalysts towards creating toxicity within Mitch Trubisky. But also, what if Mitch Trubisky just, I don't know, it gets complicated. Like, for instance, everybody, let me ask you, straw poll here, right? If the coach is looking at the quarterback and is saying, this quarterback's not very good, and he's right, does that excuse bad behavior? I think we'd all agree no, right? But also, if Mitch Trubisky was Justin Herbert, do you think that the locker room would have devolved the same way? I doubt it, because it just doesn't tend to. Generally, when you end up with a really good quarterback, or even when your coach is working with a quarterback that is solid, like what the Lions got in Jared Goff, things don't tend to devolve, right? I don't know. I mean, I don't really like digging into the stuff about like to use an example. Uh gosh, Chris Armstrong. I have no idea what Fields was or wasn't like behind closed doors. I know Bill Zimmerman, one of my better friends in the industry, had a lot of similar heard a lot of similar things, and I mean, we all heard them because if you go back to Bears banter with Josh Lucas, Lucas talked about him, and people thought they were a hit piece that nobody had heard anything similar to at that time. Maybe Ty Dunn used Josh Lucas as his anonymous source. I don't know. Maybe there's another source. It sounded like there was more than one. So maybe that was just the truth. Chris, I can tell you that in my position, I don't think it's my job to care. Is that bad? Like, I hope that I'm not a Bears Ryan Seacrest. There are enough of them, aren't there? I hope that I'm not a Bears Regis, Regis Philbin, like a talk show guy, right? I would love at some point to do like, I don't know, anything from Chicago radio to a more advanced web show, et cetera, et cetera. I understand that because I never coached 6 years in the NFL, I'm never going to get the respect that a guy like Lance Briggs does, regardless of what Lance Briggs' football perspective is sometimes. But I also am not going to sit here and act like I need to, I don't know, take all of this as gossip, if that makes any sense. I don't know. I hope we all get it, right? Where it's like the locker room fell apart. Shocker, angry people perceive each other negatively, right? Like that to me is the funny part about this, Chris, is everybody's saying, oh, wow, yeah, Nagy was a real problem. Oh, and Trubisky was just terrible. And Fields just isn't that good a guy. And I'm sitting here like, you're telling me that there's at least one person that's willing to tell you that they didn't like the quarterback of the team that went 3-14. You're telling me that Justin Fields may have shown up a little bit entitled and didn't respect Nick Foles and Andy Dalton. That's believable, right? I think it's silly, but I'm thinking it's silly because I'm 29. I've never been a 5-star quarterback. I've never played in the college football playoff. I think anybody thought that Andy Dalton and Nick Foles absolutely sucked. Like, when you talk to Bears fans, that's the way they talked about it. I didn't do that so much, but I don't know, I'm kind of I'm metered to the point of being boring sometimes. You guys get it? You're here with me right now. I say all this, Chris, because like I could tell you that I think it would be young and immature for Fields to ignore something that Nick Foles might be trying to teach him, but that also doesn't seem out of bounds for me because Justin Fields probably was just as frustrated as we heard Caleb Williams was over this last. Do we all listen to the Pivot podcast? You remember when Caleb Williams looked Ryan Clark dead in the eyes and looked absolute like he was bearing his soul about how it really hurt him that Lincoln Riley didn't start him over a presumed first-round pick and an incumbent starter. Pro athletes are wired different from all of us. We need to stop thinking they think like us. The sooner we forget, the sooner that we like stop acting like we are relatable or they are relatable to us, the easier it'll be. Now, Quentin's in the chat, and I want to use Quentin because I'm trying to get a guest on one of my podcasts, and you know his name because his social media engager, his social media person ruffles a lot of feathers. But I want you guys to hear some of the stories that Clay Harbor has talked about, and I don't think he'd mind me sharing this because it's awesome, right? Because what Justin Fields wouldn't know, right? The Super Bowl ring, in my opinion, should be enough reason to listen to somebody. If I was, and I am not a professional athlete, can't make that clear enough. But if I was in Justin Fields' position, I would want Nick Foles to teach me everything because this guy outdueled Tom Brady. But there was one story that I thought was really interesting from back when Harbor was with the Eagles, where he talked about how he was he was going through camp, and camp is and camp is grueling. You do practice in the morning, you hang out a little bit, you do practice at night, you hang out, or like you practice in the afternoon, you go to more meetings, etc. But on Friday you get half days in most cases. And this is back when, so specifically no bands, this is actually back with Andy Reid and really early Nick Foles, because Nick Foles got drafted by Nick Foles got drafted by Andy, if memory serves. But so at one point, Clay and the boys go back and they hang out, and they are, after I think the first practice and the only practice of Friday, right? And so they're hanging back out at somebody's place, and it occurs to Clay at around 6:30 p.m. that he left his binder, which had his playbook, et cetera, et cetera, the stuff that he wanted to study, back at the office, right? And so he heads back to the building, et cetera, et cetera, and goes to go get his binder. And there's absolutely nobody in the building, right? And as he goes and walks, I'm sorry, I'm such a cheese ball when it comes to stories like this. As he walks through the building, he knows there's one light on. Somebody's in the film room, right? And Clay goes and he gets his binder, and he notices that third string, third round pick rookie quarterback Nick Foles is going over the last preseason's game film, watching every snap and drawing out the coverage and identifying it by himself on a Friday night. And he's just totally self-led, etc., like drawing it all out. And Clay stops by and he asks, Nick, what are you doing here? Like, go home. And Nick looks back at Clay and says, well, I want to be ready. Eventually, I'm going to get a chance. And when I do get that chance, I want to be ready for it. And 10 years later, are we shocked that that same attitude produces a quarterback that is still one of the best pre-snap readers I've ever studied? Which, it's not like I've studied 100,000 different players. But it is so funny, I think, looking back at what some of these guys did that other players would never know they did, because then Nick Foles goes on to break his collarbone in Jacksonville and plays horrible for the Rams, and frankly has some banner days and some not banner days for the Eagles. I mean, he is by all intents a journeyman, all intents and purposes a journeyman. So if Fields, I don't know, didn't think he was Aaron Rodgers, I'm not surprised. But I digress. I just like football stories like that. And I'm hopeful that Caleb Williams is approaching this the same way. We're never going to know. And even if we do know, nobody's going to care unless he wins or loses, which those are the other two options. Like, I'm not even trying to be cryptic with that, right? Let's use an example. If the Bears start the season against the Vikings, and like most quarterbacks, Brian Flores blitzes the snot out of Caleb Williams. And then at that point, Caleb Williams gets sacked 3 times. He gets strip sacked on one of those. But because Sam Darnold can't move the ball, he ends up in his first game. He gives up that turnover. He generates a huge play downfield off of a blitz where he's able to step up in the pocket, dodge the rusher, launch the ball. It's to Rome Odunze. Wow. Goes down, ultimately converts a touchdown off of that. And Caleb Williams pinches out a 16-13 win over the Vikings as a rookie. Will any of that be shocking? No. Will it be super indicative of who Caleb Williams is? No. But if I learned anything from Fields' game on Monday Night Football against the Vikings, all anybody's going to care about is the win or the loss for the most part. Because if he wins, people go, he's a rookie. His first game, calm down, he won. And if he loses, people are going to say, generational? Come on. People are so unfair, I think. I wish we judged it more off of context. I wish we said, he played well. He played bad. He's a rookie. That's the worst defensive coordinator that you could just about match him up against. And I mean that very seriously. There are better defenses on the Bears' schedule. The current schedule doesn't have a harder defensive coordinator to get over the top of, I think, than Brian Flores on it. Maybe another look at the schedule. But all this to say that this first season is it's all going to be fun and games. It's all going to be vibes until we actually get some results. And then people are going to fixate on whatever the results are. And if you think I'm not going to jump in and like chances are, let me be so real, right? Chances are that if Caleb Williams throws for 350 yards, like per game in his first 3 games, I'm just going to crown him. And if he doesn't, if he throws for like 190 yards average in his first 3 games, I'm going to tell you he's a rookie. Look, my position as Bears focused content creator is one where when I start doom and glooming, it's over. I have to be the last realistic one off the helicopter, if that makes sense. Like, I have to be the last one to give up, I think. And I understand that there are plenty of who gave up after me, right? But it is my job, the way I see it, to where if I give up, I gave up for 3 to 12, or like I gave up for a binder full of reasons that set me the way, or like set me up where it is, where I have enough. If I give up on a player, like what happened with Fields last year, I have to have enough body to fall back on that I am unashamed and unafraid in talking about it. And that just means that I have to be 3 times as sure as the Packers writer that says, LOL, Field sucks. Like, that's the name of the game here. And so that's fine. But that's the thing, though, Jibby. You mentioned that it was kind of early. You asked around the league. I guess it depended, because there were a lot of guys like Solak, et cetera, that hung on to to the idea of Fields. So I guess that one did probably feel early. To me, the problem is, Jibby, like in that one particularly, and I'm not going to spend too much time talking about Fields, I promise, guys, is I had just done a full watch through of the 2022 season, and I didn't tell anybody about it because I did not like what I was seeing. Like, in watching the 2022 season, I expected to gas myself up a lot more on what I saw from Fields. But I actually saw a lot of the things that ended up being really obvious in the Green Bay and, like, yes, technically the Tampa game, but the Tampa game was so extreme about it that it was way beyond the pale. But there were way more, like the second time around, yeah, him running the ball really well was amazing. It's always going to look amazing. But there were a lot more of these moments of, ooh, we could have thrown that. And we even looked at it. And we knew that was the right read. But we didn't do it. Like, we didn't. Don't totally know why. And hopefully we see that change. That's right, Eric. It's the that should change when DJ Moore's open. ... Right? And it didn't. And that was part of why around week 3, week 4, I went like, oh my gosh, what? But I tried to boil the frog a little BLS, I'm gonna be honest. Like, there was a lot of it where I was like, these are problems. And I tried to drift from neutral, but it was tough. But so we'll see. Anyways, the good news is I think Caleb's that dog. I mean, I think you could turn on just about any game. Here, you want to watch some? Like, I feel like I owe you guys some film. I call it a film breakdown stream. It's been a 2-hour-long podcast. I don't have a problem with that. This is I don't know how anybody's gonna do this. I don't know how they would do this. But if you're listening 670 The Score or something like that, and you want somebody to just fill a ton of airtime, you give me a chat where people can interact with me, and apparently I'll just lose track of time, and it'll end up being 10 p.m. before I know it. I still remember, because I think it's so funny, right? Looking back on a couple of the streams that we've had on this very channel where it was like 11:30 and I said, all right, we're going to wrap up pretty soon. And then somebody in the chat said something that I just felt like I needed to disprove. And suddenly it's 2 a.m. And I can't explain that to anybody else because I think most normal people have a decent concept of what time feels like. But when I'm in this chair talking to you guys and somebody says, I mean, that's not what's going on, it's actually this. Like, I'm gonna go give you the best explanation I can on why I'm seeing something else. I'll tell you what. The other day, if you guys remember, it was about 2 months ago. I went through to try to prove to everybody that Braxton Jones was the real deal, and we watched the Vikings game, and Braxton Jones had a poor game, and since that moment, it really recolored a lot of the way that I think of Braxton. Not that right now I'm looking at Braxton and thinking of him as not good enough, but because of that moment, Quentin, if you're here if you're in here, I think you could totally get where I'm coming from here. The Quran Amigdali pick, Amagaji pick, looked to me because I saw this like on Braxton's tape, and I said, "Oh, the Bears intend to replace him before they have to pay him. I will be shocked if they don't." I mean, now maybe Amagaji is here to replace Nate Davis. Maybe Amagaji is developmental to take over for Tevin Jenkins. It's always possible, right? But watching those games again, I took the glasses off of, hey, Braxton's better than Larry Borum, and started comparing Braxton to the rest of the league, where he's still great value until he is no longer great value. And the moment he's no longer fifth round expectations, he's a little disappointing, especially for a guy like Flores that's going to put you in a position to take on a bunch of one-on-ones without getting the chip that you've been relying on. So we'll see. Like, that's the thing, Quentin. I think I caught on to it late because I was so focused on. Honestly, last year was tough. I hope this year is not near as bad as last year. To be honest with you guys, this is me like creator heart to hearting, right? Because I ended up being one of the leading voices that was trying to help people understand that the longer you stayed on the Fields wagon, in my opinion, the harder the heartbreak was going to be when everything ended. I mean, I understand this is not everybody's take. I understand that everybody is going to have a different way that they are going to walk through things. In my take, I knew that heartbreak that happened with Mitch Trubisky, and I was trying to help people see something with Fields that looked to me like it was going to really hurt if you didn't see it sooner. But it also meant that most of our streams ended up tangenting off into the same Fields conversation, that if you thought it was exhausting, you can trust me that I thought it was way worse. Which, I don't know. There are some parts about what I do that I think are really fun. I really love talking football with you guys. Helping people understand that the guy might not be the guy is the absolute worst conversation. I've had to do it twice with Trubisky and with Fields, and it is awful. It is like telling a family member that the other family member that they're housing and paying for food, etc., might not be just getting back on their feet, but might be taking advantage of them. Like, it is a really awkward, tough conversation. But I hear you, Jibby. The main thing that I looked at, nope, you know what? We could talk about it another time. But so, anyways, BLS, you mentioned why do the Bears always draft medical players. You'd be surprised how many of these football players have medical issues, especially if you have any physical talent. The other part to this BLS that's worth remembering is, so I think everybody goes through phases in terms of how you learn about football, right? And one of the most interesting ones for me has been over the last, I'd say, 2 years. I went from the Bobby Skinner Talk of Giants type, who is covering and scouting, like doing a full scouting report for every 7th round, every UDFA that the Giants pick up. And then it dawned on me, like the longer I focused on the league, that if you aren't going to start, it's not that you don't matter. It's that that's the bar. Kindle Vildor is a really good football player. I mean, especially given his height. The guy is maintaining a role in the NFL for a reason, right? He is a good football player. But as a corner, you have to be able to match up against Devontae Adams. There is no match him up against your third wide receiver. You play corner, right? You don't get to choose your matchup like that. Especially because most modern corners tend to play a lot more right and left side than they do specific shadow matchups, etc., etc. Like, Vildor is not going to take on the slot corner because he's or the slot wide receiver because he's an outside corner. So any team that wants to match somebody up against him, they're going to get their matchup. The problem wasn't Ayuk versus Fildor, et cetera, et cetera. Like we all get it. I talk about this because especially when we talk about tackles and we talk about edge rushers, Austin Booker can't just be good for a 5th round pick. Austin Booker has to be good enough to beat Tristan Wirfs. That is the standard. And Karan Amigdaji, if he's going to be a tackle, can't just be good enough to stop Austin Booker. He has to be good enough to stop at least Aiden Hutchinson, but definitely Preston Smith. And you gotta hope he can stop Rashawn Gary, or you're gonna have problems inside your own division. This is the NFL. You have to have the tools to survive against outstanding football players. And if you don't, especially when you're playing one of these one-on-one positions, if you don't, you just don't have a place in the league. BLS, I say all this because the linemen out there that have the feet and the length of Karan Amigdaji are rare, which is why the Bears spent a 3rd round pick to draft a hurt player that played at Yale, because the guys that have those skills don't exist without a hurt, without an injury, and FCS competition in the 3rd round. Wanya Morris was generally considered pretty bad. Still got drafted in the 3rd round by Kansas City because he was long and he moved pretty well. I mean, all this to say that you ask about, like, why did the Bears drafted a medical player? Going all the way back to that. Sometimes you get a steal. Sometimes you get an Eddie Jackson. I mean, at least a lot of the guys that have a medical problem have ability to back it up. Another one, there's a great example on the team, BLS. I'll challenge you. I'll challenge the whole chat. Who had a major injury flag? Still got drafted by the Bears. Okay, Eric already got it. And is now dominant at his role. It's Jalen Johnson, is what I was going for. There's all kinds of these guys because the Tevin Wanakusai came up later. Because Spectre, you mentioned Tev, but we found out about Tev after the draft. Jalen Johnson, we knew about his shoulder going into it. Jalen was in the 2nd round because he had shoulder problems, and they were very public shoulder problems. Tev fell because of his back issues, but I'm thinking about Jalen because Tev, the back issues have really haunted him. Jalen, we see him get nicked up, but for as many guys as there are, just like my wonderful co-host Nick Whalen, that will always look at me and say, yeah, but JJ doesn't play enough games. I'm always going to look back and I'm going to say, find me the corner that does, because there's just not many of them anymore. I mean, you think maybe it's because I come from an engineering background. The biophysics that think about the force on such bizarre muscles as the muscles on a 195-pound 6'2" person that runs a 4.3. Really think about that for a moment, right? Imagine those muscles. Imagine those muscles and how strained they are on these long-framed human beings, right? And also, those same muscles you're using to jam thick receivers that at times have 25 pounds on you. You have to stop them one way or another. I mean, when I think about what corner takes in the modern NFL, okay, maybe this is the best comparison I can make here. Corner, how many friends in here do we have that are hardcore baseball followers? Because if you're following baseball right now, you know, or at least have noticed, that pitcher injuries are getting worse and worse and worse every single year, in part because fastballs are getting faster and faster and faster every single year. And the human elbow can only handle so much. And within that, I wonder if we're pushing corner into a similar place where corner is becoming a position where to have the body to play corner, you simply have a higher risk of injury than most other people on the football field, for the simple reason of you have to have a certain amount of height to start outside, and a certain amount of speed to start outside, and a certain amount of physicality to start outside. And then you got plenty of these other coaches, just like Matt Eberflus, that also want you to be long, like Tyreek Stevenson and Jalen Johnson are. And now you are lanky and also fast and also I'm kind of recovering all the stuff that I already did, but it's more to say that I don't think you can ever have too many good DBs. I think DBs are really core. Demo, you mentioned, why do you think Poles and Flus have been so much more aggressive on DBs than edge? Demo, the very simple answer is because if you don't have a first round edge, you don't have an edge at all. That's really harsh, but historically speaking, it's more true than it should be, right? BLS, thank you so much. I appreciate you like crazy. But so it's interesting, Cody, where, or not Cody, it's is Damo, where at least when I look back at edge history, you find almost as many Daniil Hunters. This is in just raw numbers. Daniil Hunters and Unique Ngakwe's and Trey Hendrickson's as you do second round edges that really made an impact. Sin, it is the same with left tackle, where if you don't draft your edge rusher in the first round, then you just generally don't get an amazingly good, or you don't get a particularly good player or a field tipping player. The best way to put this demo in a succinct way is the second round edges get drafted in the first round too. And left tackle, same thing. The second round left tackles also get drafted in the first round. A la Anton Harrison might be my favorite example. High second round grade, he's going to pick number 24 every single year. Every single year. If you can kind of play, you will get drafted in the first round. Tyler Smith, same thing happens. Chop Robinson is a first rounder. What? Do you need me to turn on the film? I hope you don't, because I don't want to just, I don't like attack film moments. Chop Robinson is all projection. You are getting nothing out of Chop Robinson immediately. And so you look at that guy and it's like, he's a first rounder. Tyler Guyton's a great example. Jordan Morgan's a great example. What? These guys, you shouldn't be drafting players like this in the first round. Like, they should be second rounders, but they're not going to be. And Mario, I think Chop's a special athlete. I'm more saying that Mario, if you ever had a DB that played like the Chop Robinson equivalent, he's going to go in the 6th round. That is, who's the Penn State kid that I just watched? Like, when Kalen King was at his best, he looked really fluid, really snappy. When he was not at his best, he looked unplayable. And that guy's going to fall to the 5th and 6th round. And so Adisa Isaac is a solid example here. I mean, Adisa Isaac, did he get drafted in the first round? Like, the main thing, Eric, is it's not to say that you never see an edge drafted in the second. It's more to say that more often than not, those second round edges, especially if they're high mid second rounders, had low second round grades or high third round grades, and their grade got inflated because that's where it is. Or that's just what you have to do to get one. Conversely, somebody asked earlier, because this is all answering the same question that somebody asked earlier. They said, why did the Bears attack DB? Because where the Bears were on their board, right? DBs fall into this beautiful hot zone where you can get a Juju Brents around the 45 mark. You can get a Tyreek Stevenson around the 53 mark. You can get a Jalen Johnson around the 40 mark. You can get, say what you will about Kyler Gordon. What I'm trying to get at here is that a second round DB and a second round guard are great spots to get these guys. A lot of times, yeah, sure, maybe that late first round guard is going to be the best guard of the class, but that early to middle second round guard is more often than not, I mean, 5 years later, is one of the most dependable at the position, just based mathematically on trends we see throughout the draft. DBs are very similar, where the DB that you can find in that second round sweet spot is a really good player. I don't want to say more often than not, but the fall off between middle to late first round corners and anywhere in the second round corners is way thinner than the fall off between Jared Verse and just about any edge getting taken in the second round. That the gap between those is drastically wider. McFly, fourth round punter. I'm gonna say something I mentioned earlier, McFly. Tory Taylor, to me, I like the pick for fun vibes, period. You will not make me not smile at the idea that Tory Taylor is a Chicago Bear. I can get rules just off of fun factor alone. There's sort of an element of that guy is a Bear. Okay. I might buy his jersey. I don't buy anybody's jersey. I really don't. But Tory Taylor, I might buy his jersey because I think it's fun, right? Beyond that, McFly guy, being serious, Tory Taylor is kind of different. I mean, you look at what he did at Iowa last year, and Iowa won games because Tory Taylor was their punter, where if other punters aren't their punter, we don't know if they win those games. And that sounds like I'm kidding, but we're talking about 10-3 games. We're talking about 10-7 games. We're talking about like such low scoring games that Tory's consistent Tory's consistent ability to launch the ball and place it when he had to set up the only Iowa points that they'd score. I mean, there's a point where I think Iowa was able to convert a safety in part because Taylor planted the ball where he did. Like, I'm right there with you where it's like, it's not that the hard part for me, McFly guy. Help me think of a good comparison here. Because what I'm trying to say here is that any chart worth its salt is going to tell you that a fourth round punter is a dumb decision. But also, most of these charts are taking the aggregate or the mathematical likelihood of whether that decision, like, of what does it mean to take a punter in the fourth round. It wouldn't surprise me, mathematically speaking, if the value gained by taking the generational player, or let's not even use the word generational. Everybody hates that. Let's use the word he's different. Haven't we seen a lot of this? This is the Ravens pick, right? Where Kyle Hamilton is falling and everybody says, don't worry about it. He's different. They take him. Kyle Hamilton's sick. Or Tyler Linderbaum. I was very anti-Tyler Linderbaum because I want people to fit very strict mathematical thresholds. And Tyler was too small, right? He's different, said a lot of Ravens fans. He ends up pretty solid. Like, he ends up really good. Tyler Linderbaum's a really good center. Now, I still think, because I wouldn't be myself if I didn't have my own philosophical convictions, that a first-round pick on a center... Look, we live in a very weird age, okay? Where we all know the center, because everybody will tell you, especially Olin Kreutz. Olin Kreutz will definitely tell you that the center is the most important position on the offensive line. And all the coaches will look at you and they'll say the center is the most important position on the offensive line. And then they'll say, and it is, except the left tackle, obviously you need a good one. And the right tackle, there's really no difference between left and right tackle these days. And that's why we drafted one in the first round. And then that's why we drafted a tackle in the first round and we paid another one top of free agency market. But obviously the center is the most important position in the offensive line. Except you need your guards in the run game. They're basically the engine of most run games, especially in the Shanahan wide zone run game. These guys are the guys who are creating your displacement. It's why we're going to give Robert Hunt $20 million, and we're going to give all kinds of these other guards $18 to $20 million. But the center is the most important position on the offensive line. You get what I'm saying? You need a good center. I'm not about to tell you that you don't need a good center. The Bears haven't had a center who could even snap the ball, like, by any stretch of the imagination. But it is really hard right now in the NFL to not end up trying to use center as a position to save. But let me see. Center has become. I love it. I love it, Colby. We had one, but I really appreciate you. Let me see. Quentin, you mentioned center's become my favorite position to watch, and I was pulling what little hair out I had left during the entire draft. I hear you. I totally hear you. Like, the main thing, Quentin, that I think is so complicated about center right now is that, especially when you're talking about these wide zone run games, you are running out of the center's picture in a lot of situations. That's not to say the center doesn't matter. It's to say that if you've got a guy that can move a little, Coleman Shelton might be my favorite example of this, because McVay basically drafted an athletic guy that could snap the ball really well and said, well, I don't really want to put you in one-on-one situations, and I don't expect you to block defensive tackles. I expect you to get to the second level and be in the way. And that's what he does. He gets to the second level, he's in the way. He is a speed bump for anybody bigger than 250 pounds, but he's fast. Like, he's the Mustafa ideology lived out, I think, a little better. But so you look at a player like that, and you can totally make that work, Quentin. He's not Creed Humphrey. Like, he's not good. Not Jason Kelsey, right? Because there are plenty of these centers where you could tell that that center is good. But you can definitely tell that a lot of these players are, especially at center, because Jibby's out here. Jibby's about to faint. But it is wild, Jibby, looking at how bad the median center is. The median starting center in the NFL is, in my opinion. Jibby, there was a player. He was at Baltimore at the time. Then he went to Carolina. You've heard the name. There's no way you've heard the name or not heard the name before. And Phantom Bates is going to be the starting center. Whole separate conversation there. I'm talking about Coleman Shelton in Los Angeles when he started for the Rams. Anyways, back to this. Jimmy, when I watched Bradley Bozeman, it completely changed my perception on what the league thinks center is. Because Bozeman's a former 7th round pick, which is a way more common story than you'd think when we're talking about starting centers. A lot of these guys are 6th round picks, 7th round picks, or UDFAs. Sometimes maybe they're a 5th round pick. Sure, you can get the Bradbury types that are 1st round picks, but a lot of the league is picking very physically limited guys that can barely move, or athletic guys that can barely block. And that is a lot of centers. It's a lot of centers you've seen. It's a lot of centers you've watched play for other teams, and you just never knew that they weren't very good football players because they weren't on your team, right? Now, can't say this enough. Bears fans have special scars in their hearts over the center position because the Bears centers in 2023 were so beyond bad that it was so obvious you'd see it on every single broadcast. I mean, every broadcast. But it's funny because a lot of NFL offenses are treating their center position like a stud and dud position, where if you don't have a stud, just take what you got. And like you're saying, Quentin, yeah, a slow-moving, slogging brawler or an undersized speed bump, right? You say speedster, but that's just not the job. But so, like you're saying, BLS, in a world where you can just, add Olin Kreutz and it doesn't cost you anything, go for it. Heck yes. But the 1985 Bears didn't have Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, and Rome Odunze on the same team. You got to make sacrifices somewhere. And it won't surprise me if the Bears continue to try to find a bargain center. I know that's going to break somebody's heart, just saying that. But Poles seems like he's pushing that way. Like you're saying, Chris, I'll take you one step further. Unacceptable center play actively hurt our quarterback position. Of course it did. But I don't think the Bears are looking for better than C+. Maybe B-. I think they expect the center to be a snap the ball, do your job. We're not expecting you to excel kind of position. But so, Mario, you can go for it. I'm really curious to see what happens here. Look, here's my main thing. that I'm looking at. Yeah, I think Connor Williams may retire. All right, so let's look at some Bears opponents, and then let's squeeze out some Caleb Williams film because I think it's fun. So Chicago Bears opponents. So we're gonna do 2 schedule predictions, right? Let's start with the first one. Tell me this sucks. I need a better graphic. This is what I'm looking for. Jason Kelce is an outlier. Yes, Ryan. But so let me see. Do your job would be a step up. And outliers are great. We love outliers. Outliers are awesome. Come on, give me this. Give me link in. Nope. I need the image in a new tab. Oh, why? There we go. Now we can do this. Right? All right, so let's start with a quick schedule prediction, right? So they play the Broncos at home. Obviously, we're gonna mark this thing. Let's just go real fast, right? Broncos at home. Obviously, this is gonna be a win, and then the Falcons at home. Obviously, a win, and Carolina at home. Come on, guys, it's gonna be a win. And then the Raiders at home. You don't even have to ask. Of course, it's a win. Kyler Murray's Cardinals. Obviously, it's a win. Oh, is it from 2023? I think you're right. Let me see. 2024 opponents then. Let's see here. I didn't like the way this one was laid out, but you're right. Okay, so look. Bid aside. The first prediction that you have to start with, and it's going to sit here every single time. Like, I'm going to write an article. It's going to be an annual tradition. Like, the first schedule prediction I'm going to write every single year is the 17-0. Like, what's the point of being a fan? What's the point of doing any of this without a 17-0 prediction? If you're not predicting 17-0 to start the season, then you just don't get it. But let's take a step back, right? My favorite part about the Bears schedule that I really like is that when I look at their schedule, I see this team here. Let me change colors. Yellow will do. I see this team. I see this team. I see this team. This team. This team. And this team. And forgive me for thinking they're all... Oh, and this one. Here. Forgive me for looking at these squads, right? And thinking they're pretty vulnerable. I mean, Ryan, when you mention... so Ryan asks, is it the third easiest strength of schedule? Right now, yeah. How much will that change? Probably a lot, right? I mean, I still remember, as I'm sure you guys do, that let's see, Flu said it, but which week do you think Caleb takes over for Reed for QB2? Come on, demo. Come on. I think I really like the way that Caleb and the organization have just named him the starter and are rolling with it. It feels very sensible. But anyways, somebody asked about doing like a schedule prediction, right? Because Damo, you mentioned our schedule's a lot tougher than going over last year's win percentage. Look, here's the main thing that I see, Damo. Let's get on the same page here, right? We're talking about a very bad team. Okay, well, I'm trying to figure this out. The best way to go through the way I have it in my head, right? When I look at this team, and the 2 Vikings games, I see 4 games on the schedule where the other team, I'm going to throw the Titans in there. You might not think that's fair, but I'm doing it. Where young quarterback antics are going to create volatility. Now the Bears are going to be struggling with the same volatility all year, right? But when I'm looking at Carolina, New England, Washington, Tennessee, and both Vikings games, it's not just like a weak roster or like a they were bad thing. It's more like there is major mathematical evidence that if you're starting a rookie quarterback and your team kind of sucks, your team could be real bad. And so, obviously, BLS, I know you're going to bring up Darnold. Maybe Darnold creates some change. I will be surprised if the Bears see Darnold twice. The Vikings will have been the first team to really do it. I mean, BLS, take a step back, take a breath. You've seen this a lot, right? Where the team starts with the intent to run that veteran for as long as they can. How long do they actually get? 4 weeks. I mean, maybe Darnold comes out and wins a bunch of games. Those are Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, and they cook alongside TJ Hockenson. What if they don't? Right? Like, what if? Because the other piece to this, I think Brian Flores is awesome. That defense does not have a lot of teeth right now. So at that point, what if the film is out on Brian Flores a little? Because if you go back and you look at Brian Flores's, career, generally when he first shows up on a team, he gets that team to play way over expectation defensively, and then as he sticks around, the team generally wears a little over time. And so they get a little closer to as good as their talent level. And right now, in my opinion, the Minnesota defense's talent level is quite poor. And so if Flores can continue to get that defense playing at the level that they were, then I guess technically anything's possible for Darnold. But I don't think Flores is overrated. I really don't. I mean, I think honestly, Chris, it's closer to there's only so much that just about any quarterback can do, or not quarterback. There's only so much that any coordinator can do when the talent isn't very good. I mean, most coordinators ultimately need some pieces to really make things work. Just blitzing like crazy and stamping out the toughest guys on your, or like just stamping out everything underneath is a lot easier said than done until a good quarterback makes somebody miss and lofts the ball down the field. But anyways, like you're saying, Jibby, the Vikings defense is awful. And they've got some rookie pieces that are kind of fun. And they added Rashawn Grenard in place of Danielle Hunter. Don't let me sound like they're really terrible. But it's more to say that with Flores, I think that there's a lot more tape on how he lines a lot of these guys up. And I think that makes a big difference for the Bears' ability to play against them. All this to say, because Damo, you mentioned the Patriots defense is the top 3 toughest we'll face. Coincidentally, they're also the worst offense on the Bears' schedule. I think by leap and a bound. That Patriots offense looks absolutely gross. And that's cool. I mean, fine. That one may be a mess. That one may be a knockdown, drag out slugfest. But while their defense is good, you better hope they score, because that Pats offense, like Demo, you mentioned the Carolinas on there. They are, but at least Carolina has. I'm really having to soul search for this one. Wow. Carolina did add, at least they have Deontay Johnson. That has to be something, right? Like Deontay Johnson plus Jonathan Mingo, as much as I tease him, he's not awful. Like he's just not pick number 39, which I guess is better than Sky Moore, but I digress. Like they really did. But so yeah, don't tell me about Leggett, Mario. Mario, I don't know what you think about Leggett. That one blows my mind. That one blows my mind. I mean, I understand analytically the Carolina Panthers must have some kind of height, weight, speed profile that they really love, but I'm like almost embarrassed for them. Gosh. I may end up eating this. It's totally possible, right? But the more I watched Leggett, I love Leggett the person. I'm so there. Mario, because you ask why are you shocked? Because to me, Mario, it has become so obvious to look at a player who's 23, who had less than 500 receiving yards for 4 years. And then in his 5th year, he pops off. So he has 1 year of history. And then you go back and you watch that tape, right? Oh, let's not forget, by the way, Mario, he's listed at 6'3". So you watch him and you're thinking, oh, this guy might be an X receiver. And then he weighs in, and the first time he weighs in, he's 6'1", immediately loses 2 inches. All kinds of people tell me that happens to everybody. It did not happen to everybody. Like, it didn't add to it. It happened to him. And he was the worst offender of it. Then he goes to the Senior Bowl. And this isn't me like crushing the guy, but Spencer Rattler's his quarterback. At last year at South Carolina and in the Senior Bowl, Leggett catches 1 pass in 2 days and bows out of day 3. What? Like, there were just a bunch of pieces to Leggett's story where I'm so happy for him. Like, don't ever hear me hating on a guy getting his bag. Getting into the first round gets you a fully guaranteed contract with an expensive 5th-year option, shows that somebody believes in you. And I think Ladd, Keon, AD, I think a lot of these guys were better. I mean, I am really surprised that Carolina made that their marquee move. And if I was a Panthers fan, I would be disappointed. But that's just me. Like, I don't ever hear it as anything more than an opinion. It's, for me at least, I look at Leggett and I see somebody who is not willing to look at Jonathan Mingo and admit that, hey, maybe we need at least a little body diversity. But also it doesn't help that we are Keon stans. But beyond that, Mario, at least Keon produced at Michigan State. If you told me that you drafted him from a Keon fan, right? Or like if you drafted him from his Michigan State tape and ignored his Florida State tape, I see it, right? Like, at least that to me makes sense. The longer I do this, Mario, the more I care about who the player has always been. And I care about who the player is when you finally draft him. It makes a big difference to me how much you were able to improve. But especially when we're talking about first round guys, why weren't we producing any sooner? I mean, it's so funny. Akusai, you mentioned something Bayless Jones. He got skewered. Ryan Poles got skewered for drafting him in the 3rd round. We drafted Leggett in the top 40. Anyways, I think the Patriots offense is a much bigger mess because they don't even have a Deontay Johnson. Like, they don't have a veteran guy that I think can congeal anything. So now you've got Drake May, who, BLS, I haven't been ignoring you. Gerard Mayo has been on Drake May having things to work on since day one. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. No bands, I'm with you. I think the Patriots defense is awesome. I think I've just watched too many of these teams. Like, this is the best way I think I could put this, right? And no bands. I've watched enough teams that have really good defenses and really bad offenses to not know how bad it is. How bad it is when your defense has to play those extra snaps. And slowly but surely, the part that nobody mentions, okay, is when you're one of these teams that defensively has to play an extra 2 drives a game, it wears the team out. Like, not only do they get exhausted as the game goes on, they get worse as the season goes on, and they start to get hurt across the board. I mean, to me, not only are they the ugliest aesthetic team to watch, to me, they're the saddest ones to watch, no bands. And who knows, maybe Drake May's a king. That would be cool. Don't be a king against the Bears, but that would be kind of cool if Drake May is able to salvage the unsalvageable from an offense that is bad on the offensive line, but no worries because they're also horrible in the receiving room. But we've seen this before. This is much more Jags in 2021, but I don't know. I'm not going to dwell on it. The point is the Bears have the toolkit to beat them, right? And then the Titans, I think, are just kind of a mess. They're a team that's overspent in all kinds of different spots throughout their career or throughout their roster, but I still don't feel like they've got the aggregate talent to really compete, especially if Levis doesn't take a step up. If Levis takes a step up, they may get off the I expect the Bears to win list. But until then, we'll get there. It's funny, right? I'm not trying to circle all these games and say these are auto wins. I should explain that. I'm looking at games where they're favorited right now. Like, I think all of these games, the Bears should be betting favorites, which is good. You win a lot more games when you're the betting favorite for good reason. I also think that people keep loving on the Vikings. The Vikings look to me, maybe it works. It's possible. But what I've heard of the Justin Jefferson situation, Justin Jefferson wants a bag. I mean, that's just common sense. But so you look at this Vikings offense, and for as much as I've heard people say, wow, the Vikings are this amazing situation for a young quarterback, they're good. They're really good. They are Jordan Addison. They're Justin Jefferson. They're TJ Hawkinson. But I hope nobody gets hurt. I hope that line rules, right? Like, there's a bunch of pieces to the Vikings that I feel like a lot of people are kind of glossing over personally. And I'm not trying to tell you I think the best part about the Bears, okay? The best part about the Bears is that if Keenan Allen gets hurt, they have Rome Odunze ready to step in. And if they lose 2 of their best 3 receivers, at least the one they have left is still able to wear the number 1 role enough. Like, if you ask that question of most teams in the NFL, they don't have the dudes the Bears do at wide receiver. Then you look at the Bears' offensive line. Is the Bears' offensive line amazing? No. But is the Bears' offensive line deeper than most lines across the league? Yeah, it's getting there. If the Bears lose 2, I didn't circle the Colts too, Rob, because I actually kind of like the Colts. I think the Colts are kind of spicy. They're going to be in the next category that we're going to talk about. We'll get there. You're right. They'd probably be favored against the Colts, but it depends on when they play them in the schedule. If you ask me, Rob, they play them after week 11. They're favored. They play them before week 10. I don't know. But so the line, Jibby, the best part is that it's like 8 guys deep, which nobody really cares about, right? But the main thing I look at the line is if what I'm about to tell you is my personal guess on the situation, and I can already hear you groaning, okay? But rock with me, okay? If Tevin Jenkins goes down, they're going to kick Ryan Bates out of starting center, and they're going to start Coleman Shelton at center. So you can survive an injury there. And then if Nate Davis goes down from there, then they're going to play, I would imagine that it's going to be Ja'Tyre Carter, who that could be worse, right? But it could, at that point, once you dig into interior offensive line 5 on most teams, it's a pretty bad player. So Ja'Tyre at least is young, knows the system, and can compete a little in some of these cases. You've got tackle room wise, Braxton and Wright both have shown you that they can play through injuries. And besides that, if Amigdaji isn't ready, then you've got Pryor is his name, I think, and he's a solid little player. Like, nothing wrong with that as far as your swing tackle position. And what I'm really trying to get at when I talk about this is the Bears have enough decent guys to not dig down to the Rashad Coward experience. And normally that's what you do, right? Like, normally in the Bears situation, especially when it comes to the games that we have circled, you're talking about at least a couple games from Alex Bars, right? And that's not me trying to tell you that Alex Bars is, I don't know, the worst lineman possible, but it's more me saying that I like the way that the Bears have set themselves up to try to keep the floor stable, even in injury situations, right? Like you're talking about Akusai. Yeah, Rashad Coward, Arlington Hambright, and Alex Bars playing his first game ever at center. Shocker, we lost that game, right? But so all this to say, the Bears are just deep enough, knock on wood, in most offensive positions to where if the Bears face the Panthers, and when the Bears face the Panthers, both of them are down, quote, their best receiver, the Bears will be all right. And the Panthers won't be. And that's a lot of these teams. If the Bears and the Vikings, look, I know this is obvious to everybody, but if the Bears face the Vikings and the Vikings are starting rookie JJ McCarthy, who somebody asked earlier, do we really think JJ is going to be better than Sam? No. Everybody's going to gas them up on what if he is, though. And he won't be. Because being better than an NFL quarterback that is able to maintain and keep a job is an extraordinarily hard feat for a rookie quarterback. Extraordinarily difficult. It is more likely that JJ McCarthy will play at the level of Bailey Zappi than it is that JJ McCarthy will play at the level of Andy Dalton. Because that's the problem, Demo. You mentioned that Sam is mighty ass, to use your words. Yeah, but he's a top 45 quarterback in the NFL, and rookies that get rookie dude by defensive backs that know better than them are just disasters waiting to happen. This is not me killing JJ McCarthy. It's me saying as a rookie, it is really easy to make catastrophic mistakes. Just go back and watch. You're not going to. Go look at the box score of Bryce Young's first game against the Falcons. It's, in my opinion, the perfect example of what you look for in a rookie quarterback's early games. He throws 2 picks, and he's good at reading the field. I'm right there with you, Donald. Sam is bad. Sam is not going to last 4 to 6 weeks. JJ's probably not going to play better. That's all I'm getting at, is everybody always wants to build this story where Mike Glennon is so bad, how could Trubisky possibly be worse? It's pretty equitable, guys. How Andy Dalton's so bad, how could Fields possibly be worse? They don't end up being worse, long term. Trubisky's a better quarterback than Mike Glennon was, but you don't get there until year 2, until you've spent time. Darnold's not it. Chris, the argument is not that Darnold's it. The argument is not that Darnold's it. The argument is that JJ's going to get thrown in too early. And I hope he's in too early for both of the games, right? That's all I'm saying. And what if Sam turns it around like Gino? Man, Rob, if he does, that'll be a heck of a turnaround. And who knows? It's possible. When you throw to Justin Jefferson, anything's possible, right? But the main thing I'm doing here is trying to illustrate the Bears have 7 games where I feel very good about them. When we talk about the Bears 2024 schedule, my favorite part is that I think that they realistically have a good shot at 5-2 across those games. Okay, so let's start with 5. Let's see what happens, okay? Now we're going to highlight the games that I think are toss-ups, okay? You might disagree with some of these. I'm curious to see what you guys think. I think the Bears are toss-ups. Come on, give me a better color than that. Toss-ups against the Jags. Toss-ups against the Lions. I'm circling them both times. Toss-up against the Colts. I can do a better color. Colts. Yeah, Alex, it does depend on when we play some of these teams. I'm going to circle the Lions again. And then, and Donald, you totally might be right. Because I'm with you, Alex, that the Jags are going downhill. Toss-up is tier 2, okay? I think Trevor Lawrence is really good. I think that when your quarterback is really good, all kinds of things might go very well for you. Could. I think the Jags are in a messy position. I think the Bears should beat the Jags, but I'm not so confident in it that I'm going to put the Jags in the other category, right? And then I'm going to be bold. I love Matthew Stafford, but I definitely think that the Bears and the Rams are toss-ups at this point. Especially Donald did retire, right? I'm not crazy. But so within this, I think that if the Bears split these games, we're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's say that they split them. They split them on the good side, right? Oh, Also, do we think the toss-ups against the Seahawks? Because I could easily see them being toss-ups against the Seahawks, but I want to gauge you guys' opinion. I don't know if the Seahawks are unequivocally and irrefutably better. Like, I'm gonna throw the Seahawks in there. Mario's enough for me. Um, and so then at this point, like you're saying, we'll make it 3-3 for toss-up at that point. And so now we've got 5-2, 3-3, right? Meaning that I think the rest of the games, you might be looking at a healthy 8-5 record at this point. I I think this is a very sensible way of looking at things, right? They could be better than 3-3. They could be worse than 5-2 in the first set. And then you got your deciders. What's going to decide the schedule, right? Can't shock you that it's Green Bay. It's Green Bay. It's Houston. And it's the 49ers. And here's the funny part about this, right? There's always the chance that you get a game against Sean Clifford and whoever's backing up CJ Stroud. That is always possible. Now, the Bears could do some of those games with Tyson Bagent, but here's the funny part, okay? This might be the most unhinged thing I say all podcast or all stream. The Bears have set up a team that Tyson Bagent could probably win with. I like Tyson. I think Tyson can play. I don't think Tyson has what you're looking for in a franchise starter, and I'm really not trying to fight anybody on that. Like I hope we're not fisticuffs at that point. But you give Tyson Bagent, Keenan Allen, you give Tyson Bagent, DJ Moore, you give Tyson Bagent a toss-up red zone guy in Rome Odunze. I think he could play point guard. Like I think that you're talking about a player that if Caleb misses time, it doesn't hit you like it hits a lot of other teams. Like the Rams. I don't know if John Wolford's still the backup, but facing the Rams with facing the Rams when neither team gets their starter, the Bears are the heavy favorites. Stafford's the one equalizing that game. Jaguars, same situation. I don't know who the Jaguars backup is either. I'd be shocked if I liked them as much as I like Tyson Bagent. Like, that to me is the main thing I'm looking at, Jibby, is if we're going to talk about the injury thing, where it's like, well, the Bears could face Stroud's backup, then somebody's going to say, well, what if the Bears, have to play Tyson? And I say, we're fine. I hope that the Bears, you're right, it is Mac. But so I hope that Tyson or that Caleb Williams plays all 17 games. I mean, I don't think that's shocking, right? But in a situation where the Bears have to go without Caleb for a hot minute, yeah, he is on the Jags. Akusai. If the Bears have to go a couple games without Caleb Williams, their win-loss might not suffer a ton from it. Hopefully it doesn't. Actually, no. I hope it does, right? I hope the Bears win-loss takes a major hit because they're playing their backup quarterback because 500 doesn't feel good enough anymore. But we'll get there later, right? But so the point that I look at is we have, oh boy, we have 5-2. We have 5-2. We have 3-3. And if one way or another, you can go 2-2 or just improve this a little, right? Maybe you go 6-1 and over here you go 1-3, right? At that point, you manage to win 10 games. 10's the aim here. And I think the Bears are good enough to actually pull this off. I am a realist, and I think the Bears have the right schedule composition to pull this thing off. It's going to take a couple guys staying healthy, for sure, mostly to beat the worst teams. And if you end up and if the Bears end up not being healthy, then you just got to hope that the rest of your schedule is equally bold. They might be. It's always possible. I'm going to go ahead and let you in on a little secret. You won't catch me dead. You will find me dead before you catch me talking smack about the Packers anymore. I think they deserve 70% of the praise that I'll heap on that organization. I think Matt LaFleur is awesome. I really do. I think what he managed to do with those receivers last year is something to behold. I think Jaden Reed and Dontavion Wicks in particular were really special last year, especially given what they were. But most importantly, we have tried making fun of the Packers for as long as I've been alive, and it hasn't done anything. So I want to talk them up because, Donald, here's the thing. The Bears, let me put it this way, okay? Donald, we can FTP all we want. We can FTP all we want. Build them up. Caleb's going to beat him. Maybe not immediately. I'm already dreading the overreactions we're going to get from, I don't know, week 2, week 3, early Sunday night football game against Green Bay. You just know it's coming, right? But so, and if a 5th-year NFL quarterback leads a veteran team that just went to the NFC title game, or just almost went to the NFC title game, and they beat a team starting a rookie quarterback, yeah, crown yourself, right? But so, anyways, when I at least am looking at this Packers team, I'm sitting here thinking, build them up. To me, this is the most positive thing you're going to hear me say about this. Jordan Love and this Packers team seem like they are so good. They have so much potential to play the role that every Hall of Fame quarterback needs. Yeah, all right. I'm just going to heavy warn you guys that everything I'm about to say is Kool-Aid material, all right? But in week 6, I think it was last year. Was it week 6? Maybe it was week 7. I went on a massive rant about how Caleb Williams reminded me of Michael Jordan. If you were there for it, I'm sure you remember. I could dig it up if you need it. But I was really killing it. I was pumping at that point. And so let me go ahead and find that same vein of Kool-Aid and hope that I can push something into existence. Right? Carrie, I will. It's on one of the streams. It's like 1 a.m. I'm delirious, and I'm talking about how Caleb's obsession strikes me as very similar to 23. Anyways, here's what I'm at. Every Hall of Fame quarterback needs a jobber. Every Hall of Fame quarterback needs that quarterback that they beat enough times. But that other one that they beat is good, right? The one that they beat, everybody agrees is good. Jordan Love, say what you will. David, I hope he's not a mirage. Or Donald, I hope Jordan Love stays exactly as good as he is. 11th best in the NFL, right? 12th best in the NFL. I hope Jordan Love beats the Lions. I hope Jordan Love beats most of the teams on the schedule. I hope Jordan Love goes a healthy 3-12 against Caleb Williams. Because Caleb Williams keeps finding ways to beat Jordan Love. People are going to act every single time like Caleb Williams beat somebody that matters. And exactly, Chris, Cutler, perfect example. Rodgers built his legacy off of fine quarterbacks that couldn't beat him. I think Jordan Love has all the makings of a fine quarterback that throws that one interception that you just can't win with. Like, BLS, I hear you. I've hoped the Packers would go 0-17 for long enough that I've given up on being able to wish that on them. It won't happen until it does. But even then, they just find a way, man. But so you would think tackles grow on trees in Green Bay. Anyways, and I'm with you, Donald, where it's like, absolutely FTP. I think there would be nothing more perfect. Everybody keeps asking me. People in my personal life keep asking me. They're like, what are you going to do if Caleb Williams is Mahomes. And I've never been able to tell anybody this because it doesn't sound right. Because that would be amazing. It would be surreal. It would be straight out of the Xbox, right? It would be, I don't know, a lot to live through. Very different. But I really think it would be surreal. And it wouldn't have, to me, the magic that Caleb being Aaron Rodgers would to me. And when you say Aaron Rodgers, Robert, what do you mean? Well, obviously Mahomes is Super Bowl dominant, which is incredible, right? And that part is well worth being jealous of. But y'all, if Caleb would, let me ask you this. Really try to search within yourself and like come up with an answer here. I want you to really dwell on this question. If I gave you the option of one of these two things, okay? Option A, 3 Super Bowls. See, Sin, you hear where I'm going, okay? So Sin's already made his bet. Option A, 3 Super Bowls. The Bears are going to win 65% of their games against the Packers in this quarterback's lifetime. You get 3 Super Bowls. Option B, I will guarantee you 1 Super Bowl. Maybe you win another. I'm not going to tell you. But you're going to win 85% of your games against the Packers. How much do you hate them? Because I think I'm far gone enough where if I get 1 Super Bowl, this is not, at least for me, this is part of me, partially how I feel about currently my Texas Rangers and to an extent my Dallas Mavericks, because that was 10 years ago. I just want to see 1 for the most part. I would love more than 1, but seeing 1 is the big one. Yeah, of course. Follow-up championships are amazing. The Chiefs trying to three-peat is awesome. Awesome. But something about 1 championship helps you watch, in my opinion, your team through the lens of, thank you for winning a championship. Now I can watch the team enough. Now I can watch the team however I will. Because that's the thing, Jimmy, right? 85% of games, like that stupid discount freaking double check. You know what the worst part about, in my opinion, Aaron Rodgers' tenure in Green Bay was? It was that when Rodgers said, I own you, he was right. You didn't even have something you could shake back at him. That was so backbreaking. And if you told me that Caleb Williams ran it, envision it, okay? There's already been a couple passing touchdowns, okay? There's already been a couple passing touchdowns. He's already thrown 1 to Aaron Rodgers. He's already thrown 1 to Rome Odunze. He's already found DJ Moore, and DJ Moore ducked under a tackle and trotted into the end zone. He's got 2 passing touchdowns. Late in the game. 3rd and 1 on the 14-yard line. 45 seconds left in the game. Right? The Bears run a zone read. Caleb Williams pulls the ball. Packers defense never sees it coming. 1 DB does. And he drives downhill. Caleb Williams does that thing you've seen him do if you've watched any of his highlights, and breaks down in an athletic stance, freezes the DB, gets onto the outside, shakes the tackle, and trots into the end zone from about 12, 14 yards out. This is in Lambeau, right? And as he does and takes the lead with now 35 seconds left on the clock, Caleb Williams holds up his stupid hand and does the stupid bear claw in Lambeau Field, leaping into Lambeau stands as Caleb as the Green Bay fans boo him and try to push him off of the Lambeau leap. And then Love takes over with about 28 seconds left and completes one pass before throwing an interception. Yeah, FTP painted on the nails of the Bear Claw McFly guy. That only builds on it further. And you're telling me that that wouldn't feel to you almost as good as winning a Super Bowl? I'm I might just be sick. I might just be broken inside. And I'm okay admitting that. But if you told me that I could get Caleb Williams emotionally undressing Packer fans the way Aaron Rodgers broke my soul in the Bears Packers rivalry, I don't know, guys. I'd take it. Like, there's something about what Aaron Rodgers did to me, and I consider myself pretty reasonable. There's something about what Aaron Rodgers did to me with the Bears Packers rivalry that Matthew Stafford did not do with the Bears Lions rivalry, and Kirk Cousins certainly did not do with the Bears Vikings rivalry. And he just about shut it down. I mean, Aaron Rodgers has my heart in such a blender when it comes to the Bears beating the Packers under any circumstance that Mitch Trubisky didn't beat Brett Hundley. I'm just used to this now, right? The Bears played Jordan Love twice. We made Jordan Love look like a young Aaron Rodgers. Why? Because that's just what we do right now. Now, the same could be said for the fact that if there is a relationship in the league that is fractured, it's the good thing we have right now, McFly guy, and who knows, maybe this changes, is the Bears right now are beating the Lions at a Green Bay rate. I don't know why the Lions can't seem to beat us, but when they beat us, it is a nail biter. And when they lose to us, we are blowing them out. Like, it is weird the way the Bears, despite being pretty much a peer team with the Lions, even flat worse last year, have been able to just pound Detroit. That one doesn't make any sense. That one's bizarre to me. Like you're mentioning, Donald, it's like the Bears are smoking the Lions at a Green Bay smoking Chicago rate. So who knows? Maybe those both fall back to the mean, and I will smile as Jared Goff beats us a couple times so that we can beat Jordan Love. That's fair trade, right? But I'm with you, Demo. Like, I don't think so. Aaron Rodgers built his career on beating the Bears. And Alex mentioned this. Look, we all have priors, right? We all have things we said, and we still believe them. And that's all we got. Right, Alex? If you remember, you may not, I said at the time when the 2023 draft happened that I hated the Lions draft for them. I thought the Lions draft was exactly the kind of draft that would lead us to somebody. Who knows? Maybe it'll be me. Maybe I'll make it because I think it's funny, right? I thought that I told people that 2023 draft was the kind of draft that leads you to watching a YouTube video in 2026 called The Rise and Fall of the Detroit Lions, because they went up and then they went down. To me at least, that Lions draft, they even got some good players. Like, I think Brian Branch is awesome. I think Sam Laporta whoops butt. Like, I think that there's a lot of stuff in that 2023 Lions draft that's sweet. And it's funny, Donald, you mentioned that you think that draft was why they didn't win an NFC championship. I think it's why in 2025, they're not a team that should have near as much return on investment from their young players as meets the eye. Because that's the thing, No Bands. You mentioned that Brad Holmes is an insane drafter. Dude, No Bands. They had 2 first-round picks. They traded down from number 6. They end up taking a running back and a linebacker. Compare it briefly. I'm going to make more point here in a minute, but compare this briefly to Ryan Poles, who has never met a draft where he won't take only positions of value. Like, Ryan Poles is at the point where I don't think he's drafted a linebacker. I don't think he's drafted any linebackers at this point. I don't think he's... Has he drafted a running back? Roshan. He drafted Roshan. But so you look at Poles and these positions of value. We're getting there, Dark Wolf. You look at Poles and these positions of value and the way that he's been working, or the way that he's been trying to work the draft. And mathematically speaking, everything Poles is doing checks out. On the other hand, I was sitting in the combine room when they walked through when they, and by they I mean Jack, it was Brad Holmes and it was Dan Campbell, I thought was especially clear about what they do to find their early picks, right? The Lions talked about how they sit down with all these guys and they basically feel out who they think loves football enough, basically, right? Oh, Noah Sewell, you're right. Now I get you, Dark Wolf. Thank you. I thought you meant Panay. But so they draft Gibbs, they draft Campbell, and the tough part about that is now we're looking at a Detroit team that is one step, I think, behind on the defensive line compared to where you would hope they would be. Their offensive line is aging, and that would have been a great time to add more pieces for the future. People would have said, why do they need these pieces now? But Frank Ragnow's retiring, right? So now they got to fix their center spot, and blah, 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 blah. Like, it's not that I'm trying to look at the current Lions roster and say they should have drafted Jalen Carter. That might have been the answer for him, maybe. But it's more to look at everything that they have. Who knows, Donald? Maybe I saw a rumor and just thought about it and don't know. Somebody look it up. Ragnow might not be retiring immediately. He might be retiring next year. But it's not like he's healthy at the moment, and he got dummied enough time by the Bears that it just makes me wonder what's cooking down there. How much? Okay, so clearly I'm wrong about Ragnow retiring. Don't worry about that. But so, anyways, the point that I'm getting at here is that you look at that Lions draft, and they treated it very similarly, I thought, to the Bears did in 2019, where it was like the Lions said, we're basically there. We just need a couple of luxury pieces, right? And I don't think they did. I think they needed more meat and potatoes in the trenches. I think they should have had a corner last year. I couldn't remember who it was that was looking at, or that was just talking about how they could have had Witherspoon. They could have had Gonzalez. They could have had plenty of sweet corners from last year's draft, but instead they drafted Gibbs and they used him sometimes. Like, I love Jahmyr Gibbs. I'm a huge Jahmyr Gibbs stan. Taking him at 12 is a tough pill. Like, good for Jahmyr, but it's hard, especially when you're going to run the man-based defense that Aaron Glenn likes to run all the time. Now, all of your best players, and I mean all of them for the most part, they're all getting paid what they're worth, which is fine. It's just really hard to win a Super Bowl when everybody's being paid what they're worth. Goff was actually low-key a sweet deal for Detroit because he was getting paid $28 million. Now he's getting paid $20 mil more than that. Amon-Ra St. Brown, sweet deal, getting paid nothing. And now he's getting paid, is it going to be $25, $30 million? Penei Sewell, young first-round pick, got paid young first-round pick money. Like, somebody said earlier, the only deal that they thought of that group that was worth it was Sewell. I think you're wild. I think all three of those deals had to happen. The problem is it highlights how the rest of the roster is not better than that, right? You look at the 49ers. The 49ers have Hufanga playing at a wild level, and they've got so obviously, like, you've got Kittle balling out, and they have Ayuk, who, at least as of last year, like, he's going to get paid soon. But so Ayuk was balling, and he's a great weapon that you can just throw into that offense. It helps that the 49ers are being propelled by a quarterback that's on a UDFA rookie deal. And so he's getting paid nothing, and you can afford to pay an extra veteran or two. The Lions just seem to me like a team that, classically speaking, reminds me so much of the 2018 Bears. 2023, does that not feel to you guys like a 2018 Bears kind of season? Right? It even has a doink in it. It's just off Kendall Vildor's face, right? Like, it feels like that was their year. The puzzle pieces fit together. You had everybody playing just like they should be. And the only thing when I look at the Lions that makes me think 2024 won't be as bad as 2019 was is they kept Ben Johnson. But that won't last. Ben is going to take a job somewhere at some point. And then the 2018 Bears lose Fangio again, don't they? Dan's good. But we know Ben's good. So who are these same Lions? But now your coordinator isn't giving you a tier and a half advantage over everybody else. What does it look like when you got to pay market coordinator? Again, right? Like, I can't help looking at this Lions team because, Alex, you mentioned they just need to make sure that offensive line is elite or they'll not be far removed from the 2021 Lions. Yeah, especially when you look at the fact that right now their receivers, look, we all like Laporta, okay? There are limits to how well a tight end can do for you. My perfect example of this was when the Bears just decided to treat Laporta from a defensive composition perspective like he was a receiver when he was out wide. And do we remember? We'll have to watch it sometime soon. Do we remember watching Tyreek Stevenson mash Laporta for the better half of that second game, like for the better majority of that second Lions game? And it's not like Stevenson's going to be the only corner that's going to do this, especially because Jameson Williams absolutely is doing nothing to draw a lot of respect. But like you're saying, Alex, that's all I'm getting at is the Lions haven't traded away their future. It's not as bad as the Bears' composition was. But also, Alex, the Bears never paid a quarterback $50 million. That's 20% of the cap. That is 20% of the cap. You look at Amon-Ra, Penei Sewell, and Goff, and you're talking about nearly 40% of the Lions' future cap space that will only decay to around 32%. So that's 3 players. And then somebody mentioned earlier, you're going to have to pay Hutch. You are not in a position to not pay Aiden Hutchinson. So you will. Like, it's then you'll pay him another $25-30 million. Now you're talking about 50% of the cap on those 4 players. More than likely. Maybe 45% of the cap or something. That's hard to do. Like, it's hard to win that way. So now you need your first to really come through for you. And maybe they will. Travis, I'm right there with you. They have to pay Goff. Travis, personal opinion, I agree. I think you have to pay Goff. I think you have to pay Amon-Ra. I think you have to pay Penei. Travis, to me, beyond that, I would tell you that this is why building a Super Bowl team is so unbearably hard. Even when you had 2 first-round picks, even when you had 2 second-round picks, even when you trade down and you picked up another one, somehow, because you didn't pick positions of premium value and you still drafted some badass players, you scooped up Kirby Joseph out of the 3rd round. The guy's a star. But because you can't figure out linebacker, and because you didn't invest in premium enough positions, and you didn't plan ahead, like really far ahead, unnecessarily far ahead, for an aging offensive line that keeps losing guys every single season, the door may shut and you may not have even seen it open. Like, you may just hear the lock click that keeps you out, which is, I think, brutal. Jason asks, how long is it reasonable to keep trading second, third, and fourth rounders for position of need, like defensive ends? Are you talking about the Bears situation, the Lions situation? In the Lions situation, I think it would do a lot for them. I think that if the Lions could just pick Montez Sweat deal off of a tree and buy one of those fruits, that it would go a long way for them. The problem is, it's just hard to do. Jason, good question. So for the Bears, how long is it reasonable to keep doing that? Pretty much until now. So what the Bears have been leveraging, in my opinion, is that how you doing, Jordan? The Bears have been leveraging an excess of cap space, which they don't really have anymore. If you take a look into the future, the Bears have about $56 million in cap space next year. Might be a little more, might be a little less. It's around that area. The big problem here is that eventually, extensions are going to catch up with you. And the moment that extensions do, then the moment extensions do, all that cap space that we're talking about doesn't exist anymore. So what the Bears had been doing is basically, if you listen to the Bear With Us podcast, I talked a couple times about how the Bears had been keeping a hole in this offseason, where to me, it was clear that they were structuring all their deals around a major move. I didn't know what it was. I mean, I didn't predict the Keenan Allen move. I predicted that something was coming, whether it was a defensive end or something, because there was this excess of cap space that the Bears had even restructured to create that they were trying to keep open. And then they filled it with Keenan Allen. But the main reason I point this out is because with the Claypool move, they were trying to use that Keenan Allen-sized hole. And with the Montez Sweat move, they had two Keenan Allen-sized holes, and then they paid one of them. They found one player that could fit that. I think I've said this before, and I think it's the smart way to think about it. Montez Sweat is an overpay, guys. We need to accept that. It just shouldn't bother you because you can't get good ROI on most of your cap space. We just talked about the Lions. Perfect example. This is what most cap spaces look like, right? Like most teams with decent players on them, the cap ends up really hard to leverage because like 50% of your cap space goes to players that are good and market value for them is insane. And you add enough of those players up, especially quarterback, just gets expensive really, really fast. Really, really fast. And yeah, Travis, exactly. Like, let me see. And I yes, 100%. Like the Lions will be good next year. And if Johnson stays, plus Glenn, they'll do well the year after that. I really like a lot of the players that they are picking at this point, right? I don't want it to me, this is what's so hard about the Lions. Truly. I don't think Brad Holmes or Dan Campbell realized the mud pie they may have stepped in. Well, Dan might have, because Dan mentioned to the team, as a matter of fact, that it was that hard to get back. But I just think they've got a really long road ahead. They got to figure out receiver. They've got to figure out receiver. And I don't think their receivers figured out. There's a lot of teams that I don't think recognize how important it is to get the right kinds of receivers in the building. And then they try with the limited resources that they have, and they can't. Because it's just hard to do. What if Williams gets hurt? Same thing. 100%. Travis, as silly and stupid as it's going to sound, the good news for the Bears is that in 24 specifically, this doesn't apply in 25. This doesn't apply in 26. The step down from Caleb to Bajent might be one of the lower step downs in the league, at least for a little bit. Now, I understand that may sound like utter salaciousness, but I am a huge believer in situations boosting quarterback play. I don't think we talk about it enough, to be honest with you guys. Um, like, let me use an example, and this might be inflammatory, right? I know, Travis. We're on the same page. How good do you guys think Joe Burrow is? Because I know a lot of people that think that Joe Burrow is a top 3, top 5 quarterback in the league. And maybe I am just a fat hater, right? Because I think Joe is exceptional between the ears. I think that he is a really outstanding processor. I think that he's got some really fun pocket movement. But I also see a limited athlete that really struggles to stay healthy in some cases. And he's got one of the best receiver cores in the league, period. Period. I also kind of, Alex, not to push too hard, right? But Zach Taylor shocked me with what he did with Jake Browning. I was like, oh my gosh, Zach Taylor, I was not familiar with your game. Okay, bud. All right then. And the reason I'm saying this is, like, yeah, I think this is gonna help. I do think this is going to help Caleb a lot because situation is really, really helpful. And like you're saying, Travis, I think Burrow is a really good football player. I also think that when you're surrounded by talent in a team sport, we forget all the time that the team can lift you up when you're playing a team sport, and especially when you're playing the distributor position. Look, I don't think Tyson Bagent is going to rear back and blow 50-yard bombs down the field wide open to Rome Odunze the same way that Caleb Williams might. Hopefully next year, maybe it'll be in 2025 when you see a lot of them. But if you told me that Tyson Bagent was going to work RPOs and he was going to hand the ball off to DeAndre Swift, and then on 3rd and 1, he was going to hit Keenan Allen in time, in stride, with an option route that converts for 3rd down, grind his way down the field, and then give Rome Odunze or Cole Kmet similar shots in the end zone that he gave Cole Kmet on that Y leak that Cole Kmet just ripped a Saints DB's soul away from. I could see it. Mario mentioned just with Everett's yak, he feels good about Tyson. And I guess that's kind of the vibe I'm getting back at. But so, no worries, Carrie. I'm so sorry. It might not have been then. For all I know, Carrie, it was during the week 11 the bye session when I talked about Caleb. I can't remember when I did it, but it's all going back to this idea, I guess, of situation slap. The Bears have built up shockingly good situation. I mean, it's really, really nice what the Bears have going on from outside of, or from getting away from under center. I'm really interested to see how the schedule goes. I'm expecting them to lose at least 7 games. I would be pleasantly surprised if they don't. I'm sitting here thinking, let's see, using oh my gosh, true 10. That'd be wild. Like, plus, I don't know, man. Because Travis, I need to go listen to Tim Jacobs' thoughts. I also think that one thing we do all the time is that we ascribe a coach's mentality, especially an offensive coach's mentality, to what he does with certain quarterbacks. And I definitely think a lot of what the Seahawks did with Geno is Waldron stuff. But also it seemed like there's a lot of Geno stuff in there. I'm going to be really interested to hear what Caleb wants. Because, Travis, to me, the intriguing piece of this, I'm honestly asking you, I want to know what you think here. Do you think Caleb, who has gone on the record to say, I want structure, wants empty personnel? It would not surprise me if he doesn't immediately. That maybe they'll bake more empty in later. But it wouldn't shock me if Caleb wants more turn the back play action. Like the stuff that we know works in the NFL. Not only can we mathematically prove it, but it can create for some pretty easy looks for quarterbacks. And like you're saying, Alex, that's the other piece of it, right? It's Geno stuff. It's let me avoid my offensive line problem stuff. And it's philosophical Waldron stuff all meshing together. But What I at least wonder when it comes to Caleb is when Caleb says, I want structure, what does that look like? To me, that could look like a trips bunch with one the other way. So that'd be more like 10 personnel, one personnel. But I'm really interested. Like you're saying, Travis, the other piece to NFL empty that I could imagine Caleb would really dig would be lining up and Caleb being able to get a much better look at what's coming at him. To use maybe the most obvious example possible, Caleb's gonna have to play the Vikings twice. If you can get the Vikings to tell you what coverage they're in, you're gonna have a much better feeling about what you're doing. Then at that point, Caleb knows, in theory. I mean, we see reports now of Caleb texting Kerry Joseph saying, "Why do we have this guy blocking this guy? Like, what are we doing here?" And if you get one of those sicko plays where Caleb understands the unblocked guys coming from his left, so he spreads everybody out, sees zero, and he's going to drift to his right, plant his foot, flick the ball out into open space, and hope DJ Moore goes out there and gets it, then that'd be dirty. Like, it's just a matter of if he'll do it. Because if that's Dallas Turner coming around the other side and he takes too long and Dallas Turner hits a strip sack on him, it'll flip the game on its head. But we'll get there later. Right. I could see that, Travis. I really could. Especially because we know that Waldron had to enjoy the a lot of what he learned having these tight ends play pseudo fullback in a bunch of different cases, but we'll see. Mario, what I'm interested about when it comes to Caleb, because you mentioned that his progress looks really solid. I'm with you. I mean, it sure helps, Mario, that he spent the last 6 weeks working a specific subset of drops, which is nice, right? But the other thing that I'm just sitting here thinking about, Mario, is I am wondering. This is the one other thing that your boy Robert has on his mind, okay? I've seen a lot of quarterbacks that can't handle losing, or at least they don't handle it well early in their career. I don't know where Caleb fits into this, but let me make the point and then we'll work it back to Caleb, right? Where there are a lot of these quarterbacks where they won a bunch of games early. Purdy might be the best example of this. And they worked out a lot of their issues while they were winning. And then they got a lot better. They improved, but they also remained confident throughout because they never had to go truly back to the drawing board. They got beat here and there, but they didn't fail. Like Chris, you've talked earlier. Chris, if you're still here, you talked earlier about Fields being set up to fail. To me, the hardest part for a player like Justin Fields was watching nothing result in winning. Fields tried to change different parts of his game quite a bit. And they changed the yardage, they changed the score, but they didn't change the result. And I would imagine that every athlete in professional sports can only handle that for so long. And it does seem as if these guys hit a breaking point where it doesn't work anymore. And they don't see the game the same way. And so, Mario, going back to this, if there is one thing that I'm interested to see the Bears do, because Travis, you mentioned you think he'll be able to learn it. I think he'll be able to learn it. I'm right there with you. I don't know Caleb will have to. And we don't know. I mean, we'll find out tomorrow, won't we, with the schedule? But I'm really interested as to whether the Bears will be in position to lose 4 games in a row at any point next year. The schedule's really comfortable. And so, I mean, for crying out loud, if they go on, especially if September is relatively cushy, I think that would go a long way. Like imagine a September where you know they're going to have to play the Packers early. But imagine a September where they have to play where they play the Commanders and the Panthers and the then the Packers and then the Cardinals or something like that. But we'll see. But yeah, Jordan, the Vikings is one of the matchups on the schedule that actually I like the idea of the least. But but in my case, I would hope the Bears can work around it. To me, that would be a bigger test for Waldron. That it's an interesting football game. I More than anything, Jordan, if you know me at all, I just don't want the trolls, so to speak. I'm gonna paint with a broad brush, everybody. So just be careful. I only half mean it. I don't want the trolls to get a massive plate of meat in week one immediately. I would like the most peaceable week one possible with Caleb Williams. I really don't want to fight off Fields people. That's really sort of my goal here. And if the Vikings just blitz the snot out of Caleb Williams, and Caleb Williams has a welcome to the NFL moment or four in his rookie game or in his first start, that would be so unbelievably normal in the grand scheme of the NFL that it would be so hard for me to watch people make it out as if the guy is a flat bust. And definitely the people that would have told me that a team that traded down and stuck with Fields would have done better. Especially if for some reason they lose. But all that to say, thank you so much, Chris, that I hope we don't have to do that. I hope that's not what we go through. Case, your photos have been amazing. Amazing. But so, no, I hear you. The main thing that I'm sitting here thinking, Jordan, is I don't know what the Vikings offense will have at that point. Just they might not have come together. I think Sam's not awful, but I don't think you're going to get JJ McCarthy yet. And so then you're going to have a nice little competition, I guess, between Matt Eberflus and KOC. I like KOC more, but I like the talent that Flus is working with a little bit better. So especially if you get a blitz heavy game plan from the Bears, you could end up really spicing that game. Like it could be just a bloodbath on both sides of the ball. But I don't know. I'm right there with you, Travis. If it was me, and it's not, it's Shane Waldron. But if it was me, Travis, especially early, I would roll out a lot of wide receiver option type stuff where obviously you can't do this to the extreme, but as close as you could get Caleb to, okay, they're probably going to try to mess this up for you. Like they're going to change the picture. If you don't know what you're looking at, look at him and he'll figure it out. And as soon as you see him turn his head, throw him the ball. And if you throw an interception on that ball, that's his problem. But within that, like, yeah, Case, Gigaflus on the loose. I like that. But so we'll see, Travis, what that looks like, because I'm right there with you. I think you're going to get a lot of, show him one high, boom. It's like flip the safeties. I think you'll get, here's a two high look. It's actually cover zero. A lot of the stuff that Dean Pease did to just absolutely roll. Was it Dean Pease last year? That might have been 2 years ago. But so we'll see. So it's funny, Jordan, because it's like, yeah, KOC definitely made Nick Mullins and Josh Dobbs serviceable. Not against Chicago. And is that one game? Yeah, it's a one game sample size. It's frankly shocking still to me that they won that game. But it's going to be interesting to see what the talent level looks like when the two square up. I hope we get a fun game either way. And I'm not going to put too much emotional stock into it. But I also think that there are a lot of people that have been really hyping the Vikings up. And hey, I'll believe it when I see it, especially just because from what I have seen, I need to go back and look at it a little harder. But with all the tape out there of what Flores has been doing in Minnesota, it wouldn't surprise me if there's at least some small statistical correction or regression, I guess you could say, where it's not that the defense will be cataclysmically bad or something like that. I'm more saying that they will go from playing this far above their talent to this far above their talent, etc. Hey, I appreciate it, Travis. I really like that. No, 100%. Actually, as a matter of fact, it's a good time to end it. Guys, I appreciate you so much. I'll be in Utah over the weekend, but then I should be back for another stream next week where we can actually go through some tape. And we'll have a schedule to talk about. I mostly wanted to just catch up with everybody. I had no plan. We ran with no plan. I think this works, right? Yeah, I know, Donald. I'm being healthy. Look at that, right? But so, not to mention, guys, I have to get my 20-month-old through a 2.5-hour flight. That's going to be great. But so, we'll see. Chris, the matchups for Jefferson are going to be wild, but let's see. But because like you're saying, yeah, midnight. Oh no, I'm on. Let me see. It's Central Time, Travis. What is this? I'm already excited for OTAs, Alex. I want to close on something. Okay, I want to close on one thing. I really like Caleb Williams. I think what he has to offer Chicago is going to be incredibly interesting, really entertaining stuff. From a content creator, if I cared more about engagement, I would be all over this. I've seen a trend on Twitter. It's really bothered me. Okay. I'm sorry I have to speak like a parent. I'm sorry. I just want to talk to people because I feel like I'm going crazy. People are acting like the throws they've seen out of rookie minicamp are the greatest throws they've ever seen. We just did this. I remember this. We did the same thing for Fields. Now, I feel like I'm a very different evaluator. I've grown a lot. I don't know if I would have looked at those Fields throws and feel the same way now. I don't know. But we just did this. We just did the thing where we took 1 minute of total footage and hyped it like it was proof of a Canton-bound career. We just did this. Like, I'm so here for excitement. I would rather people just post the Texas throw for another 65 days in a row. I have no problem with using game footage. I don't really have an issue with the practice footage thing, like at all. It's not me pushing. It's more, I get the impression people are doing the same thing they always do, where new is better. New can't be worse than old. Chris, I'm right there with you. Let me get to the heart of the issue, Chris. The main reason I'm talking about this is not because I'm trying to tell you how to fan or because I'm trying to tell you to drop your hype. I'm trying to tell you I think there's a lot of really good reasons to be hyped. I'm telling you, have so much fun doing this. I think there are a lot of people that are making comparisons to the way Fields did things or the way other quarterbacks do things. It is practice. The fact that it looks this easy is good. The fact that for other quarterbacks, it looked so uneasy was a problem. We all get it. We were all there. But for as comfortable as a lot of this part has made me feel, as easy, as smooth as Caleb's delivery looks, as much as I want to comment on all that, it is practice. At the end of the day, we are waiting until early September, like before we can really hit any anvil, if that makes any sense. Like, that's where I'm at, Donald, is if you feel like I do, and it sounds like you do, Caleb Williams is a borderline breakpoint for me as a Bears fan. If this doesn't work for on-the-field reasons, if it's off the field, oh, that sucks. But it wouldn't be the first time in NFL history. If this doesn't work for on-the-field reasons, I don't know where to go from here. which is the ultimate sign of confidence, if you ask me. It's the no. This should be fun. It really should be. And I'm so glad that things look relatively easy. But it's more to get at this, I guess, emotion of have so much fun. don't take OTAs and rookie camp too seriously. It's really important team activities. It's part of the learning process. It doesn't matter until we get to 2 to 3 weeks in camp. But let's see. And it'll be great and sad to see it go the Baker Mayfield way. Case, do we get Baker without the injuries, or do we get Baker with all the injuries? And do the Bears trade for Deshaun Watson? Because that's the other thing. Like, Case, can you imagine how good Case has me wanting to say one other thing. Case, can you imagine how good Baker would look if Cleveland just had those first round picks and used them on a couple fun receivers? Like, if the Browns had Amari Cooper and they also had oh my gosh, Justin Jefferson was taken like 18th-ish. But so last year it would be, let me see. If the Browns were rocking Jackson Smith-Jigba and Amari Cooper and I don't know, a first round lineman, add another first round lineman to him, and Baker with last year's defense, that's a pretty good team. Like that'll do. I don't know. It's so funny because the other thing, Donald, I think Baker is a pretty fun player. Baker is a great reminder, in my opinion, that situation matters so much for quarterbacks. Because that Carolina Baker was so bad. And Rams Baker was all right. But Carolina Baker in particular was just like, holy smokes, we're awful. And then he goes to Tampa, finds it again. Some of it comes down to style. Baker Mayfield needs that guy he could throw the ball. Baker Mayfield is what you remember Johnny Manziel being, right? Not directly, but the nostalgia that you placed on Johnny Manziel's college highlights, that's Baker in the NFL. And when he has that guy that he can dance around a little bit, step into a throw, and just rip it down the field real nice and high, let somebody go up and get it, yeah, Baker's going to do just fine. But I'm interested to see what happens. Let's see. I don't see the way Caleb fails. I'm just not ready for all the he's the next Aaron Rodgers or Brady hype that so many seem to be throwing around. Jordan, you got to remember, I hear you. This is what everybody does. Have you read anything out of Broncos camp? Have we all read anything out of Broncos camp? Do we know what I'm talking about? The Broncos beat is making the bizarre and unbelievable decision, in my opinion, to talk about Bo Nix like he is actually Tom Brady. I mean, that to me has become pretty wild. The Bears talking about a guy tabbed as generational, like they're confident in him. Sue him. The fans freaking out because they don't know, like, they don't know any better. I hate saying that. This isn't me dunking on anybody. We all know. Like, oh, Jordan, you should go look. They're Broncos people are talking like Bo Nix is the second coming of Christ. I mean, they're saying he's perfectly accurate. He's so much bigger in person. He's this, he's that. It is Drew Brees. Drew Brees is probably the better way to put it, Alex. Steal the draft. Wow. Sean got his guy. Like, it's everything and more. It is really sloppy in terms of just the humidity within a lot of what they're saying. But so I can't help but look at this whole thing. And it's like, me personally, Jordan, I hope the Bears fan base, and I think it will, find some stability in Caleb Williams being Caleb Williams. Like, the way that I personally think this can work for the Bears. Like, Green Bay fans are in a funky place because they're the other side of this, where they've been so good for so long that when Green Bay fans, and Green Bay treats the Packers being good like with a religious spirituality. I don't blame them. They've just been that good. Move gets clowned on, Rashawn Gary's going to be just fine. Move gets clowned on, Jordan Love's going to be okay. Move gets clowned on, yeah, the guy who everybody said he got a job in Green Bay because he knew McVay like at the water cooler. LaFleur's just fine. Like LaFleur's just fine. I don't blame Green Bay for having blind optimism in everything they do. It always works. But I hope Caleb is going to be good enough to where Bears fans fall back to the median a little, where they don't feel like they have to gas up literally everybody, right? Bears fans have been put in a place where the only way that they feel on the level of their opponent is if they tell themselves that Byron Pringle and Equanimeous St. Brown and N'Keal Harry are all actually really good. Oh, and don't forget that Dante Pettis was a former second-round pick. And he's really good. And I like Darnell. I think Darnell Mooney actually lived up to he's a low-end wide receiver one kind of thing. I understand I may be on a literal island, but I thought Darnell Mooney's 2022 season was pretty good for what it was. But that's the thing, Alex. The Bears have done so much. By the Bears, I mean all of us have been in a position where we had to do so much overgassing of all kinds of people that I don't blame anybody for being patient. You should be. Like you're saying, Alex, it's not going to feel real until you see him on the field. You say on the field in week 1. Come on. It's going to be the preseason, right? But once you get to see him on the preseason a little, I'm still getting used to the number 18 jersey. Like if you're feeling as I am, the part to me, I'll close with this. Until I see otherwise, I'm going to hope for the best, and I'm going to expect 175, 1 fumble, 1 pick, 1 touchdown game in week 1. But I have conditioned myself to total and colossal disappointment. Have you not? Are we not there yet? Right? You're a Bears fan. Look me in your web camera and tell me that you have not conditioned yourself to total disappointment. And the reason I say this, because Donald, I don't want to see that yet. I don't want to see that yet. What I'm leaning in to tell you here is I also think there's a chance that Caleb may just be the real deal. Like, I also think there's a chance. I don't know how big it is, but I think the door is legitimately open for Caleb to roll up and succeed quickly. Succeed. What does this mean? 14th best quarterback in football. That's a huge deal. If Caleb does it, wow. But I'm saying I think there's a chance that Caleb rolls up and out of the box, he's the 18th best quarterback in ball. And then he grinds his way as he gets better to ending up fringe top 10. Right? Like ends the season around Jordan Love. I understand we're talking high side, but I'm saying, Donald, the funny part in Chicago is that if DJ Moore is healthy and Keenan Allen is healthy and Rome Odunze is healthy and the quarterback comes out and plays like the true 18th best quarterback in football, Probably talking about a 245, 2 bill game. Like, pretty quick. And if Caleb Williams breaks 200 yards, this is sad, and he throws for 2 touchdowns in a game, he will have done something that I don't think Trubisky did at any point as a rookie. I don't think Fields did it either. I don't know. I'd have to go look. There was a very long time where I remember tracking how long it was going to take for Trubisky to throw a multi-touchdown game. Like, there's some of these things. That's what I'm saying, Jimmy. I'm trying to lay out something that sounds realistic and isn't totally unheard of, right? And exactly, sir. Yes, sir, Lord, for sure, right? But it's more to say, right, new poster. It's not me killing Trubisky for it. It's more to say it just didn't happen. It just didn't happen. And so if you end up with some of these, or like repackaging it, starting from the top, we have conditioned ourselves to disappointment. Caleb may blow us all away just by being kind of normal. Like, that's what I'm getting at here. Caleb may blow all of our expectations out of the water because say it out loud or hold it in your heart. I know we're all expecting something out of the basement. Like, the only people that aren't are the people that haven't been doing this long enough. We are expecting nothing at all. You caught me doing it earlier. Saying the drop-off between Caleb Williams and Tyson Bagent might be one of the lowest in football. That might not be true. Caleb Williams might be pretty plainly better than Tyson Bagent. If he is, oh my gosh. Because I think Tyson could go darn near 500 with this roster against this next schedule. So what then? I don't know. We'll see. New poster, like you're mentioning, there's a lot. There's a lot to this. Any prospects at dice roll. It's so funny when I hear about, like, the basement is the floor. The basement's the floor for every prospect. Mac Jones was the safe pick. Then last year, he started throwing Madden easy mode, throw it straight to my defense, like balls, which is unbelievable. It's more to say that, Ravi, you mentioned the basement is the floor, and I sit here, sure, I think Caleb might be pretty high floor, but every quarterback could technically tear a rotator cuff, never fully heal it, and end up just awful. Like, it's totally possible, right? And that's the thing, Jimmy. You mentioned you're morbidly expecting he just can't play within structure, and it's over as quickly as it started with an absolute stinker week 1. Jimmy, let me ask you this. Are you chronically online? Do you live on Twitter? I shouldn't, but I want to say yes more than I want to admit. Did you see DJ Moore's latest comments? Like, usually receivers don't comment on a guy's anticipation and the ball being on him as he's out of his break this soon. Now, that may have been a veiled shot. Will never be inside DJ's head. And I'm not trying to suppose. It's more saying it's just a weird thing to say. I don't hear it a lot. Not from a receiver talking about a rookie who has yet to even participate in OTAs is what I'm getting at. Like, the reason I say this, Jimmy, is because to me, what I hear when DJ talks about Caleb's anticipation is Caleb grinding his own work on the structure, where he and his coach, whose name escapes me, are working on, you're running a 16-yard dig and you need to throw you need to have this ball out to hit him as he gets it out of his break, right? Like to me, Jibby, not that I know anything, but it feels like Will Hewitt. Thank you, Alex. It feels to me like Justin understood that he wanted to build chemistry and create a relationship with his receivers. And I don't know. I'm comparing Justin just because he's the last quarterback and I was really inside his head, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Like, it's not about Justin. It's not really about Justin. Caleb, that comment has me wondering, it's all speculation, if Caleb is already thinking about how playing his game won't work. Like that's what I'm getting at. Is Caleb sounds to me like he is actively trying to close what he thinks is a gap in his own game. Maybe it'll still be an unstructured disaster. If they're playing the Vikings, it's super possible, right? But for God's sakes, Jibby, I'm not even asking you to dream, right? His scramble rate's really low, Alex. It's more that in Caleb's case, it's more that he can be a little more see it, throw it than you'd think. He's less anticipation off of certain route combinations because he didn't need to be. I mean, in many cases, Alex, he wasn't pressured and the space was there. And so he could wait to make sure his receiver got or broke his route off at the right depth just to be sure. And for all I know, just because the Lincoln Riley offense looked kind of messy to me, Alex, for all I know, Caleb wasn't 100% certain on whether they were going to run the same curl at the proper depth and didn't want to throw a 12-yard hook when his receiver went out and ran a 10-yard hook or something similar. We don't know. We're not going to know. We're not going to know. We don't know. We're not going to know. We have no idea. Like, anticipation is a built-in as much as anything else. Yes, there's an element of some guys have it, some guys don't, but it's also a built-in, and it's part of the offensive structure. There's some offenses that are built to be, they're not more see it, throw it. It's more like if you're running a drag or running a drive concept or something like that, then you can afford to let your guy break and run as opposed to always letting the ball go before the break. And that's the thing. Like, that's at least what I saw, Jordan, was the Riley offense. I think it's easy to overstate how bad it was because there are some people that want to make Caleb out to be Jesus walking. I think Caleb's awesome. One of the more fun quarterbacks I've ever watched. But Riley's offense was sloppy more than it was really horrible awful. Like watching, I might be digging a little, watching Tanner McKee just recently at Stanford, that's an awful offense, especially when it comes to evaluating a quarterback. They run that Wake Forest long mesh thing, and it was just the worst. But in Riley's case, it was just that sometimes they acted like they'd never been coached before. They being the receivers. Like they didn't have cohesive plans for what to do against certain coverages. And other ones of their guys just got bodied. Like left and right. Could easily be that, Jordan. But so, anyways, like you're mentioning, Falco, how fast Caleb escapes, that's a huge part, if you ask me, Falco, of where Caleb, I think, is probably going to struggle. I think he'll feel pressure, but I also think that he's going to have some guys that just sneak up on him. But what I wanted to get at, the part I think I'll close on, right? New poster, by the way. I talked a little about Fields and the QB room thing, but there are limits to how much I think anybody needs to talk about it, just because whether it's true or not, look, I think it probably is. I know Tyler Dunn. He's not somebody who's just going to roll out and say a bunch of things for clicks. It is a lot harder to say things for clicks than meets the eye. What nobody wants to believe. This sounds bad. It's kind of true. Nobody wants to believe that Dan Orlovsky actually thinks that. Like that time you disagreed with Dan Orlovsky, that time you disagreed with Louis Riddick, nobody wants to believe that he actually thinks that. A lot of times they do. And so most work in this industry, most, is authentic. At least from the guys that I've talked to. Even if they kind of had to bend themselves a little to fit into that thing, there's a lot less did it for clicks than meets the eye. And the stuff that is did it for clicks becomes very obvious. I know, Eric. I know. We're getting there. I promise. Some people brought up some interesting stuff. I would not be myself if I didn't do this, I guess. But let me see, it was, DJ's comments have me feeling pretty good. McFly guy's hitting on the big one to me, which is if Caleb Williams rolls out, so there are going to be a lot of people that are going to mishear me. They're going to say, Robert, I don't know. I think it's a little ridiculous to expect Caleb to be a top 10 quarterback coming out of the gate. And I'm going to look back and I'm going to say, I did not say that. I think Caleb may reach the height of being a fringe top 10, maybe 11th or 12th quarterback by the end of the season. Coming out of the gate, he might just be in the ever illustrious top 20. And I don't know, that could even be somewhat artificial just because his receivers are so good. I mean, we'll see. But what's funny to me is that the bar really is on the ground here, guys. Nobody wants to talk about it. I don't blame anybody for not wanting to talk about it. But if Caleb comes in and he plays like the 20th flat best quarterback in football, the offense will have immediately already had an upgrade, in my opinion. The league seems to agree. But I don't know. Let's see. That's the thing, new poster. It's more like I'm trying to, I think I'm just trying to find the middle, right? Like, he could be amazing this year. I'm here for it, new poster. I'm never going to not leave the door open. It's more like I want to be the voice, new poster, that looks into your theoretical or your metaphorical eye and says, I am a rational person and this could be really fun. Especially because we're so used to so bad. We're so used to so bad. We are so used to so bad. And Jimmy, I'm talking about week 1. By the end of the season, we're definitely hoping for top 15 here. But, and like you're saying, I hear you. I want to be there. It's the difference between expect, especially with a player like Caleb, where I'm thinking, like, it may take some time to mesh. But frankly, I hope he's a top 15 quarterback. This is right on the border of hope and expect. I hope / expect he's a top 15 quarterback. F the bye. It's a common thing you hear with rookies all the time, where things really gel after their bye week. And so from the bye week on, I'm hoping Caleb plays like a flat top 15 quarterback. But we'll see. Like, I just think it's gonna be a fun season. I like the draft class. The draft class is funny because the draft class kind of amounts as far as next year to, hey, it's Caleb in Rome and it's also Tory Taylor. But that's the Bears drafted 2 generational players and also a sick receiver. Okay. Everybody's going to think I'm being stupid. Like, it's going to sound like Robert's driving a meme bus. But Tory Taylor, from all reports, is that dog playing punter. And I think the fact that when the offense fails, I get to watch Tory walk onto the field helps. It's the spoonful of sugar that makes the medicine go down, right? But anyways, guys, thank you so much. Can't appreciate you enough. Can't appreciate you enough. I'll get some detailed things done over the next couple of weeks. I really plan to. But We'll get like actual scouting reports done. I'll try to. Jack, what did Robert miss that the Lions drafted? So no, I didn't, Jack. It's more that just to hit you with a quick one, and you'll catch up when you get here. Rookie DBs are not good, is more what I'm getting at. I was talking about not taking a DB in the top 10. Brian Branch is a really good defensive back. He's awesome. And then Arnold and Rakestraw are both rookies, but I'm also pretty against counting on rookie corners in key competition years. But you'll catch up later. Anyways, get some sleep, everybody.